Da da da.
Have we been doing that whole thing without the mic?
Fuck! Why I always check. Damn it. fine. Just keep going. Hold. Put the socks on. Cry. Only thing we can do now is move forward. We did the old man in complete and utter silence. Oh, damn it! They didn't.
What?
They didn't get to hear the. I'm trying to think of everything we said, and I was like. Hopefully we didn't say anything too funny, because then I remembered, oh yeah, Lynn was giving that guy a blowjob underneath the desk when he came in, and it's so funny, but they're not going to be able to see that and hear that. You gotta wait fucking 45 minutes before we talk, and then I'm like, oh, go back and watch Lynn go give that guy a fucking blowjob, or hand job underneath the desk. It doesn't matter. Whatever. I hope we learned something from this experience. The streamer did not, in fact, learn anything from this experience, and he will continue to do this until the fucking day he dies. Strangle myself.
No, you're not.
While having sex.
No, you're not.
You don't want me in? First, know yourself. That is the key to everything. I think you need to listen to your own advice. Anyway, let's go back to the world of the present. There was also that bit where Lynn was in the mind of the guy that had died. And
Yeah, like, what the fuck?
How are you able to do that? You know what? So the Justice Minister is now back to life. But the furrows on his brow are even deeper now. And apparently our lady detective is the present cause of these furrows. Those furrows. Oh, shit! The candle part! Fuck! When the lady is pointing the phone to the kid off screen, quote unquote, I was like, Dad, they turned me into a candle. Why did you turn my daughter into a candle? Fuck!
So she would brighten the fuck up.
So she would brighten the fuck up. Apparently our lady detective is the present cause of these furrows. Whoop, detective.
Find out she's actually the bad guy this entire time.
She shot us! He was sentenced after a fair trial, and the man himself wants to be executed. But there was no evidence! All he had was his own confession! It was no ordinary confession. It was the confession of an esteemed detective. Stay back! I told you I don't want anybody coming near me! Mr. Minister, please listen to me. I give a great handy. I might be able to gather new evidence in that case tonight. What? So please, just give me a little more time. I just got a call from the prison. Your death row convict apparently just escaped. Oh, thank God. I mean, oh no! Unfortunately, after all this time, it seems he now wants to dodge his punishment. But? When he's apprehended, his sentence will be carried out tonight. No. When the sentence was handed down, you were against enforcing the death penalty. So why did you sign the order all of a sudden? Oh, actually, you know what? I can change this on my own. Because what got me was... where the fuck is it? I had the default settings to fucking have the mic be muted. I know I can change that. Shit, where is it? Accessories? Oh, there we go. Microphone status when logged in. On! There we go. Now I never will have to worry about that ever again. Well, I was simply performing my duties as Justice Minister. That's all there is to it. It looks like she's about to rip into the Justice Minister. I think she's forgotten all about me. I think I'll send her a little signal. Woo! Sissel, there you are! Sounds like the minister is being very stubborn. That's right, he is! Oh, now she can just hear the voices of the dead. Are we sure you don't have any powers? Maybe we shouldn't have saved him after all. The minister has to have the execution carried out tonight, and he has a very good reason for it. Good reason? I told Lynn what I had learned about the kidnapping. Kidnapping? They kidnapped the Justice Minister's daughter? Apparently. Oh my goodness! But still... Well, wait, no, we learned that they hadn't kidnapped the Justice Minister's daughter yet. But still... There's still no reason to hurry forward with the execution. Why don't you just go ahead and say that to the Justice Minister, then? Poor man, I hate to do that to him. Oh, by the way, do you think you could carry me? Oh, sure, right. Not very handy, is it, having no legs? What are you doing with my sword and my globe? What are you going to do with that globe? Crack me in the head with it? Oh, this? Pay no attention to this. It's kind of hard not to pay attention to it. By the way, and please pardon me if this is a silly question, were you talking to somebody just now? But of course not, right? I mean, there's no such thing as ghosts, right? Why is that the first assumption that come to your head if someone's talking to themselves? Also the correct one. Are you talking about me? Ah! No, there's no such thing. This is a dream. It's nothing but a dream. Don't you remember me? My dream is talking to me! It's now a dream, eh? Mr. Minister? We know about your daughter. She was kidnapped, wasn't she? And if the execution doesn't take place tonight, she'll get turned into a candle permanently. You won't see her again. But she will light up your desk. Your medicine! Your medicine! I ate it all! I ate all of it! Sir, your dosage is 2 pills with water. You took 200 pills. What am I going to do? The death row prisoner has escaped. If he isn't executed tonight, my daughter, my Emily. What if that execution isn't the right thing to do? Yeah. Come on, Lynn. If you keep pressing him like that, he's gonna die again. And then we can go back in time 4 minutes and stop me from killing him!
I mean, that
would be the quickest one because we could just say, hey, let's stop.
We have to do something about that kidnapping. Until we do that, it'll be impossible to get the minister on our side. That's the way I see it. I think I'll start by gathering info on the kidnapping, the only way I know how. Alright, see ya. God, look at all these locations! Holy shit! Alright, let's go to this new place, though. I really should pay the kidnapper's hideout a visit. After all, if we want the Justice Minister to come around, we have to solve this problem first. I feel like I'm slowly moving away from my own mystery, but I'm not the kind of guy who can abandon a little lady in trouble. So I guess I'm in this for a little while.
You don't know that.
We haven't seen fucking Camilla since Chapter 2. Also Emily, but... Whatever happened to Camilla?
Find out she's actually been kidnapped as well, and no one's been... They've been trying to call the house.
I want them to go. I want them to go back to the apartment, and Missile's still hitting its head against the door. Justice Minister's daughter has been abducted. The kidnappers demand the execution of the death row prisoner Zhao to be carried out tonight. Lin says the execution is a mistake, and I believe her. And so I'm paying the kidnappers' hideout a visit to see what I can find out about the abduction. What took you so long? Your instinct was right, Beauty, my dear. They had that restaurant surrounded. It took me forever to shake them, and now my poor bike is ready for some of the scrap heap. Oh, is that what you keep in that trunk there? Next time, maybe you should make it a tricycle so you don't hurt yourself. Ouch, that hurts, Beauty, but that's okay. That's what I love about you.
I'm a sadist.
Be a little bit more gentle with our valuable hostage. I mean, bicycle, please. Yes, yes, always keep a smile on a lady's face, right, my dear? There, see that, Beauty? Now there's a smile blooming on your face, too, my dear. Yes, a wry smile. She is so tall. Or he's just really short. I'm going out for a breath of fresh air. You're on guard duty. Alright, I'll dream of you until you return. Why don't you open the trunk for our guest? I will, Beauty. I was just taking a little breather. Taking in your breather. Whatever. Alright, little lady, let me open that trunk for you. I forgot how. Beauty. Looks like the Justice Minister's daughter really has been kidnapped, and something else is bothering me too. I don't think I've ever been to this room before, but something about it is giving me a strange sense of deja vu. I've seen something like this before. Taking something precious to manipulate others, so that's what kidnapping is. They're dirty tricks those without the powers the dead come up with. However, if I take that precious thing back, their power vanishes, doesn't it? Now then, time to see how the Justice Minister's little girl's doing, before this guy wakes up from his dream of beauty. What happens if I burn brighter? Okay. Oh, now I'm up here. Darn. can't reach my destination from here. The shelf is suspended by very thin cords. They look like they're about to break. I bet it'd be quite a spectacle if it fell. If something can break, it kind of makes me want to break it. This is one of those things you light with fire, isn't it? As long as there's light in this room, is something like this really necessary? But if something can be lit, it kind of makes me want to light it. I need another core to reach the trunk and open it. I wonder if I can create a new core. Okay, let's... I need to light a fire somewhere. So let's go back across the decorations real quick. What does this do? Spin faster? Now the ball is there. Unfortunately, I don't think that does anything for me. Oh. Just my imagination. Oh, beauty. That's all he has to say. What an amazingly simple fellow. This room, on the other hand, is starting to look amazingly festive. The question is, how can I use it to my advantage? Okay, so I need to light that candle on fire. Question is how. Oh, there we go. That's something. Just my imagination. All he has to say. If he was even any more laid back, he'd fall right off that crate. But look at that streamer go spinning round and round. How can I make use of that? Jeez. I gotta go all the way back over. Not quite. When the flame gets really big like this, for some reason I get the urge to burn something. Unfortunately, everything is just out of the flame's reach. It looks looks like that stays for a while, so let me see if I can get back over the fan in the meantime. There we go. Back across we go. I'll just set this on fire. Should be fine, right? Just my imagination. What in the... What's going on here? This little lady is... Is this little lady really a daughter of the Justice Minister?
Why did I think it was the other chick? Other daughter.
That's who it's supposed to be.
Oh, they got the wrong one.
Yeah. She's just hanging out. It's
They gave me a book.
What's with the fun book and juice? Like I said, always keep a smile on a lady's face. I wanted to treat our guest well. How about treating me well? I'd like some bread and milk, please. But, my dear, I can't give you bread. Why not? Bread makes you fat! And milk makes you gassy. Hey, mister? Yes, cute little lady. More juice, perhaps. All you have to do is ask. Have I been kidnapped? Perish the thought. Don't cry, little dear. There's nothing to be afraid of, m'lady. The surroundings are miserable and filthy, I know, but we just ask for a little patience. Don't say those awful things about this house. This house is where I used to live. What? I apologize, little lady. I'm the one who's miserable and filthy. Forgive me. What's the meaning of this, beauty? Why here at this girl's old house? Don't ask me. It was the other party in our deal who chose this location. Oh. It's been empty for 5 years, and apparently nobody ever comes here. But never mind that. What about my bread and milk? Oh, of course, m'lady. Now you be a good girl while I'm gone. No! She runs away. Oh, was I supposed to... Oh, you need to read your book and drink your juice. I want to go home. Well, as you said, this is your home. Okay. This dilapidated place was Camilla's old house? What's going on here? What in the world? Why does the little lady have a core of the dead? When I helped her out at Lynn's apartment, she didn't have one. So that must mean she must have died sometime after that. And it also means somebody else must have saved her. I better ask her what happened. Who's there? Oh, wait a minute. Is that you, Missile? Missile! I'm sorry, I'm not Missile. My name's Sissel. That's the same thing! No, it's got an M in it. Wait. Whatever. My name is Camilla. Camilla. So it is her. I knew it. What happened to me? What is this place? I can hardly tell the poor little thing that this is the land of the dead. The land of the dead? Does that mean I'm dead? Darn, I forgot there are no secrets in the ghost world. You can relax. You're not dead. But this isn't the first time you've been here, apparently. Really? I don't remember. Wait a minute. Maybe I do remember, sort of. You do? Looks like she doesn't remember being saved very well. So there's some other dead person out there with special powers, eh? Anyway, I don't want to press her if she doesn't remember dying. Do you mind if I ask you a few questions about something else? Sure, go ahead, sissy. Lynn asked me to do something for her tonight. I know about that part. She asked you to go to Chicken Kitchen on Dead End Drive, right? Yeah, but I never got there. Now I wish I could say I'm sorry to her. I never should have gone through that park. Park? Temsic Park. It's a shortcut to Dead End Drive. Is that where the kidnappers grabbed you? Yeah, Lynn always said, I don't like that park. Scary things happen there. Temsic Park, eh? What am I gonna do? Lynn's gonna be mad. She is? How come? Because I left it there. The music box, in the park. Shit. Anyway, tell me about yourself. This is your old house? Yep, this is where I lived. Until 5 years ago. But now I live with Lynn Missile. Lynn is like a big sister to you, isn't she? Yep, she's a detective, you know. She's a hero. Yes, huh? By the way, about your father. Is he the Justice Minister? My father is gone. Maybe he passed away? No, that's not it. My dad, he's going to die, and it's all because of me. What? What do you mean, because of me? Why would you say that? It's called an execution. My dad is a detective. No way. Don't tell me I'm so stupid I couldn't figure that out on my own. That's right! What? 5 years ago, something really bad happened. Like a scary dream, but it wasn't a dream. 5 years ago, that murder case. That music box was hidden in the apartment. I finally found it with a little bit of luck and courage. Guess where it was? In the tree. You know, you don't have to humor me. Oops. So what happened to the music box? I hid it in the bushes at the park just before it happened. Just before? Oh, just before you were kidnapped, huh? Were you gonna say something?
No, just don't have it with you.
Oops. I didn't want the bad man to take it, so I hid it. I bet it's still there in the park. You did well. So the music box is in the park. Better let Lynn know. It was Mom's birthday that day. My mom and dad were working and I was home by myself. Then I had an idea. I was going to surprise my mom. I set up that contraption. I'm home, Camilla. Why is it dark? You know Mommy doesn't like surprises. Wait a second. Camilla? Did you kill your mother?
And Daddy took the fall for it.
Mom! What was that noise? I still can't believe that happened. The device that I had set up to shoot somebody in the chest shot somebody in the chest. It wasn't supposed to work like that. I know that contraption. I know how it was supposed to work. Party poppers and a cake. A birthday message. dad told me not to tell anybody. Just leave it to me, he said. So why is there an identical one, in the junkyard? My dad wanted to be executed. He asked them for it. But I wanted to tell everybody it was my fault. My dad said what I saw was a bad dream. He told me to forget it. This is all so unbelievably tragic. I can't believe it. This little lady is Detective Jowd's daughter? I just can't tell her. I can't tell her why she was kidnapped. Why? What? How come she doesn't know? Oops. There are enough secrets in the ghost world. Maybe we'd better stop talking. It's too dangerous. Sissy, you're not gonna talk to me anymore? I think we'd better get you out of here first. We can talk more after that. Okay, but I'm gonna rescue you now. You just hold on a little longer, alright? Okay! But we'll talk later, right? Don't forget, you promised, Sissy. What took you so long? I traveled the entire town in search of the finest bread and milk for you, my dear. But it's late and all the shops are closed. Then just break in. We're leaving this place right now. What? But he's not here yet. If we could have met at the restaurant, weren't we supposed to meet here? Yes, and he's the one who chose this location. I don't like this one bit. We have to run around doing all this extra work, all for the sake of his deal. Be quiet. It can't be helped. This place is too dangerous. I told you, my sixth sense is very strong. Alright, as you wish, beauty. I feel it. I sense something here in this room. Is somebody there? Can you hear me? Is she talking to me? I can sense your presence, you know. The next time I sense you, this child will die. Remember that. Alright, we're leaving. Pardon me, little lady. Just fold her back up into the trunk. Conveniently leaving the book that I was in behind.
So it was the doctor this entire time? That's
I don't know where you got that. That is quite a leap in logic. All of a sudden I'm left behind alone. Alone in the room that stole away that little lady's smile.
Was the doctor's place that had the same contraption? In the junkyard?
He was there. It wasn't his place. The lady is gone now, leaving me with only a few new facts. A few very heavy, very sad facts. Does Lynn know about all this? One other thing stands out in my mind. I can sense your presence. Some of that kidnapper's final words. Those two know? Do the kidnappers know about the powers of the dead? Alright, that's chapter 11. These chapters are going a little faster now. I wonder if
we're getting closer to the end.
I mean, we definitely are getting closer to the end. There's 18 chapters and we're starting 12 now, so we're 2/3 of the way through the game. Looks like the kidnappers made a big mistake. The girl in the trunk was Detective Jowd's daughter, Camilla, not the minister's daughter. When I got back to the Justice Minister's office, things were getting even more out of hand. The devastated man was being grilled by the fiery detective lady. I told Lynn what I had found out about the kidnapping, that it wasn't the Justice Minister's daughter who had been abducted. kidnappers had been holed up in Camilla's old house, and that they sensed my presence and were already gone. But Camilla! Why do they have Camilla? Her father isn't the stupid old justice minister. I think the stupid old part is a little uncalled for. Looks like the kidnappers made a mistake somehow. The poor girl, kidnapped for the ransom of her own father's execution. It's just too much!
That's why we didn't hear it.
Achoo! It's a cruel twist of fate, I agree. And then there are those other twists too. Like the kidnappers winding up and using Camilla's old house as their hideout. There's no way it could just be a coincidence. And them sensing my presence. They seem to know about the powers of the dead. I just don't understand any of it.
I told you before, Detective. I want you to stand back.
Who cares about distance at a time like this? Look, Mr. Minister. It wasn't your daughter that was kidnapped. Don't try to pretend you didn't hear what we were saying.
How can I believe you in you? I'm a realist.
If you don't believe what we say, just see for yourself. Just call home and...
I tried calling 100 times. My wife won't answer.
She won't?
It's complicated. Oh, why does life have to be such a complicated thing?
But if she doesn't answer, doesn't that mean everything's normal?
It doesn't prove it. And I'm being watched. I can't have the police go check for me. Besides, if the execution isn't carried out tonight, the hostage will be killed. What difference does it make if it's not that it's not my daughter?
That's actually a good thing. Good,
Really? That's quite a pickle, Mr. Minister. Quite a pickle. Oh, wait, it's you.
What? I was gonna say, like...
Miss me, baby. I was disguising my voice.
Inspector Cavanella, you really fooled me with that fake voice you did.
I have a little rapport for you, Mr. Minister. The escaped prisoner has been apprehended. Thought you might like to see him, so here he is.
Why would he want to see him? Detective Jowd! I'm so sorry, I tried... I know that you're innocent. I just can't prove it. I'm so sorry.
Ben, please don't apologize to me. Ah, the beautiful love between a teacher and student. It brings a tear to my eye.
And I'm here too. You knew, didn't you, Inspector Cavanella, that the execution was tonight?
I don't believe I had any obligation to tell you.
And you're fine with this? I mean, you know as well as I do. Detective Jowd could never have done such a thing.
Oh, come on now, baby. I know no such thing.
Huh?
I know two things to be true and two things only. One, he was given the death penalty. And two, he tried to escape. What else could I do but haul him in, baby?
If that's the case, why did you bring him here?
That's a good question. Whatever do you mean, young lady?
He escaped from prison, right? So why didn't you just take him back to the prison? I think you only brought him here to brag about your accomplishment. Isn't that right, Inspector? For your own selfish reasons? So were all those rumors about you true? That the only things you care about is a spotless record? Is that more important to you than saving a friend?
Everybody has certain principles they can't go back on, including me. You'll understand that someday, baby. That's enough, Lynn.
It's Detective Jowd!
I'm a death row inmate who escaped from prison. This is how it should be.
But...
Alright. Poor Emily. Is she alright?
Actually, the girl who was kidnapped is named Camilla.
Why is a dream talking to me in my head again?
Wait a minute, Emily? How did I get here? Could that be the Emily next door? Yes, I think so. Wow, I didn't know the Justice Minister lived next door.
No, not me. My wife. It's complicated.
Yeah, I bet it would be pretty hard to admit she left him. The Minister's wife ran away on him? Maybe they grew apart, what with him being so busy. Yeah, I bet you're right.
Please stop gossiping about me inside my own head.
According to what I heard, Emily was supposed to go to some sort of lesson tonight. Those horrible kidnappers, they were lying in wait for her.
She's sick.
But Emily didn't go out after all. She couldn't. She got a fever. Ah, so the kidnappers grabbed Camilla by mistake instead? Apparently. Emily and Camilla are about the same age. Kidnappers must have gotten the two of them mixed up. It's my fault. If I hadn't asked Camilla to do that errand for me, this never would have happened.
I mean, the better question is why the kidnappers thought Camilla was Emily in the first place.
Alright, you asked her to bring the music box. Camilla.
Oh, also, were you not gonna go grab the music box or whatever? Oh, Detective Jowd's also got it. Oh, right. No, he did have one before. So, Mr. Ghost, we meet again. I hear something happened. Something about a kidnapping?
How did you... Anyway, some kidnappers are saying they abducted the Justice Minister's daughter.
That's terrible. What's their demand?
Carrying out of your execution tonight.
Ha ha ha! I had no idea I was so hated. But the minister doesn't have to worry. I die and it's all over. Very simple.
It's not that simple!
How did you get in here?
Because it isn't really the minister's daughter who got kidnapped. It's Camilla!
What? Camilla?
I checked it out for myself. I'm positive.
No, it can't be.
By the way, Camilla told me something interesting. She said the one who killed her mother 5 years ago was Camilla herself. What? What are you talking about?
Don't listen to him. I'm the one who shot her. I'm the one who shot Alma. And when I'm executed tonight, that'll be the end of it. Camilla won't have to suffer any more after tonight.
You're a capable detective. You say some incredibly misguided things. First of all, when I met her, she was listening to music, casually just hanging out. When she was kidnapped, she was reading a book, drinking juice, just casually hanging out. She is far from suffering. You dying isn't going to end that girl's suffering. It'll just bring her new suffering. The only person's pain this execution is going to ease is yours. Is it true, what Camilla said? Why don't you tell us what you know?
To be honest, I still don't understand what happened that day. It was my wife's, Alma's, birthday. We came home from work and she went in first. We looked for the shooter, but there was nobody to be found. There was nobody there besides Alma and Camilla, just the two of them.
The little lady's mother died right in front of her. Oh my, that's so horrible.
Camilla told me about it. She was crying. She said the contraption she made did something it wasn't supposed to and made an impossible move.
Impossible move.
Camilla was quite a little girl. Was a quiet little girl, but she was good with her hands. She was a little genius at making elaborate toys and contraptions. But there were two very strange points about that contraption.
The first was, of course, the firing of that gun.
Right. That was an antique gun that I'd had on display for years. So it wasn't part of the little lady's original design.
Of course it wasn't. It was supposed to be a surprise for her mother's birthday.
And the other strange point was the movement of that Cupid.
Cupid?
It was supposed to shoot its arrow without turning around.
Another ghost. It was Ray. What?
Oh, you shouldn't have said anything.
Sorry, I thought it was funny.
I think that's what it was, though. I think it was another ghost. I don't know what to say.
I didn't have time to think things through then. All I knew was I had to protect Camilla. I made a small adjustment to the scene and turned myself in.
What kind of adjustment?
The gun, of course.
Gun, eh?
Come to think of it.
There's no gun there, just a picture hanging on the wall.
Of course not, because I secretly switched the gun out of that frame with the picture.
I think I know why that replica was in the basement, though. It was somebody trying to figure out how it was supposed to work, like reverse engineering it. And they probably, I mean, 5 years, of course, but they've been trying to figure out how. Well, but then Lynn opened the door and it shot her just fine.
It also could have been sitting there in the basement for 5 years.
I don't know. We'll figure it out. I didn't believe what she told me about her contraption. But one thing was for certain. That gun was still smoking.
So that gun really did shoot Alma.
I hit the gun before I went to the police.
You hit it?
I put it in a wooden box and gave it to a certain detective.
What? You mean?
That detective still thinks it's a music box.
So that's what was in the box, huh?
I got a different murder weapon ready to give to the police, my own pistol. And I did a few other things to make it look good. I won't go into the details. When I was all done, I turned myself in.
Are we sure you didn't actually kill her? Because it feels like you had a lot of planning for just... Like, it could be... Something else has got to be going on, because there's so much effort to hide the fact that his daughter did it. Or the guy is just
I think
insane.
he knows
I don't know.
who attacked.
Been 5 years since then. I stopped thinking about it. I shot Alma. There's no other explanation. That's what I convinced everyone of. Even me. But tonight you showed up and gave me an explanation I never would have thought of before.
Powers of the dead, right?
That day in that room, powers that I didn't understand were at work. And if that's the case, it clears up all the mysteries.
Maybe not all. There are a couple of other people who know about those powers. I wouldn't say her being able to sense us counts as her knowing about it, though.
This is no ordinary kidnapping. Looks like my wife's case isn't coming to an end after all. I'm the only one who thought it was.
Detective Chowd. There's still time before dawn. A little, anyway. How about you see this case through to the end before you die?
No.
Bang. Detective Jowd, is what you told us just now true?
Yes, of course.
In that case, there's still time.
Still time.
Time to solve the case that started 5 years ago. You didn't do it, Detective Jowd, and of course little Camilla didn't do it either. So the true perpetrator is still out there, and I'm gonna prove it. For Camilla's sake!
That sounds wonderful.
Thank you, Detective Jowd.
Lynn, where's that music box now?
In Temsic Park. Camilla left it there.
I've got his important evidence. You better go pick it up.
Yes, sir. I'll go right now. Sissel, take care of Detective Jowd and do something about the kidnapping so we can get the minister on our side. Once again, I say, easy enough for you to say.
The detective is just like, I guess I'll just let her go, I suppose. What's going on? Deal me the deal, Mr. Death Row inmate. No changing plans. My daughter has been kidnapped. I can't just go off and die without doing something. But you're in our custody, don't forget. Back in the prison, everybody's waiting for you with a special seat just for you, baby. And I guess we better prove my innocence on the double. On the double, is it? You sound so determined, my old friend. I want to save Camilla in more ways than one. That's all there is to it. I see, my old friend, in more ways than one. What say you, Mr. Minister? May we have your decision? Should the execution be carried out tonight as planned? Or should we hold off and wait for this important evidence to come in? The order still stands. Bring the prisoner back immediately and resume its enforcement. As you wish, Your Excellency. That's not my title. Please don't bow to me. Especially not that low. In that case, can I have one of your boys arrange a prison van to pick him up? Would you be so kind?
Yes, sir! He just has a foldable chair on him.
The van shouldn't take about 10 minutes, I'm guessing. Your escape tonight was brilliant. Will you show me another miracle in these last few minutes of yours, Mr. Death Row inmate?
I'm glad to see it. Detective Jowd all fired up now, but I feel like I'm under the gun here. Even if Lynn does come through with the proof of Jowd's innocence, it'll be meaningless if Jowd or Camilla dies. I've got to do something about that kidnapping, somehow. Maybe I should ask for some advice from the capable detective here.
Most likely the minister won't stop the execution. Not as long as there's any small chance his daughter is the one who was kidnapped.
But she isn't the one, I'm sure of it.
Well, it would be great if we could prove that to the minister.
Prove it? How? I doubt his wife is ever going to answer that phone if we call from here.
If we call from here, right. But if telephone works in both directions.
What are you saying?
What I'm saying is, only family members can solve a family problem. Hey, Mr. Ghost.
Yeah?
I have to admit, I don't like depending on others. But you're the only one who can change the situation.
Gee, detective.
For these past 5 years, Camilla is the only thing that kept me going. I can't go meekly to the chair now. I hate to ask this, but would you mind saving me?
I'll try. The key to getting the justice ministers to stop the execution is his wife and daughter. But is there a way? Alright, I gotta go. Gotta go make them call. Excuse me, Mr. Minister.
I can't hear you! La 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 la!
I'm sure you heard everything we've been saying. Are you telling me you don't believe any of it?
Let me speak plainly. I don't trust you. There's somebody else whom I trust even less.
Oh yeah? Who's that?
Me! I can't explain your existence. It's not normal, but I'm pretty abnormal myself. So maybe you're a figment of my imagination, a delusion. Would you listen to a delusion?
To be honest, I have no idea what you're talking about. I got the bit about you not trusting me, though.
Good.
Well, hanging around here won't change anything. We've got 10 minutes before the prison van shows up. If I could just do something about the kidnapping in those 10 minutes, I guess the telephone lines are my only hope.
To the Red Lady's apartment. She's still sick in bed.
Just as I thought. She's totally fine. This little girl is safe in her bed. Murder, execution, jailbreak, betrayal, and now kidnapping. This last link in the long chain of a sad fate lit a fire in Zhao's heart. The chance to burn it all around is right here in this room. That's a weird wording. I'm getting a strange premonition. Everything that happened so far tonight is related back to me in some way. I bet this mistaken grid and abduction does too.
Oh, that was the end of the chapter. Alright, cool. It's 1 in the evening. Morning. Wait.
I visited the novelist's apartment again. I was hoping to be able to do something about this mistaken identity kidnapping. As long as there's any possibility that could be his own daughter who was kidnapped. I doubt the justice minister will blah 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 something. The key to dispelling the minister's doubts is now in bed coughing, and I need to use this key before that prison van arrives to pick up our death row inmate.
What time of year is it? It's gotta be close to Christmas. It's November. My darling angel. Oh, just listen to that cough. You naughty little thing. Did you leave your nice warm bed to go out into the night to play? A daughter after my own heart. But I must confess, I didn't even notice you were gone.
What? I didn't go out to play. I went to buy Papa a birthday present. He said he wanted a new lighter.
But that's no reason to go out this late at night.
But my fever finally went down. I could barely move before that.
Well, look what it brought you. Your fever is worse now than ever. Here's to the feverish passion of my darling angel.
Mama?
Yes, darling?
Let's call Papa and wish him a happy birthday, even though it's already past midnight.
Not tonight, Emily.
I hate you!
Why are you such a cunt?
Yes, I am. I sure am.
Looks like this little girl was safe all along. I already knew that, but I'm still relieved all the same. There's another lucky development, too. Emily wants to call her father. Now, if I can just make use of that feeling somehow, that would surely bring the justice minister around.
Alright, this seems simple enough, right?
Distract mother and give my daughter enough time to get to the phone.
There we go.
The phone! alone!
Emily, I told you couldn't call him tonight.
Why not?
Because I'm a cunt. Listen to me, Emily. Your father is about to make a big mistake. I want him to reconsider.
What do you know about it, Mama? He's the one who's the justice minister, you know? All you ever do is write weird novels.
Have you been reading them? They're not weird. How dare you disparage my romantic expressions? Now you've really made me angry. You really have. How do you expect me to forgive such an insult? Okay, now let's knock the phone down again, but quieter this time. Oh, there. I'll be keeping my eye on you now, so you won't do anything else mischievous, like calling your father.
I hate you!
I can hear you, you know.
Good!
Yeah, but
Ugh, what a pair. I don't know what this family's issues are.
you're
Right.
supposed to say, I'm trying.
I'm trying. But I do know I have to do something about this lady so Emily can call. Alright,
Get to the dog. Follow the dog to park.
oh shit, maybe I should, yeah.
One thing I'm good at is working.
Swing this rat from side to side, do the Mario. Okay, well that didn't do anything. I'll just leave the rat there. It's probably fine. Right. Wasn't this on our desk before? Poor thing. Destined to never be returned to the bookshelves. Okay, well, I got the rat down at least. I don't think that did anything. What's the clock do? Make chime? Eek! A rat! Having a good time, are we, little rodent? Sweet dreams. Holy shit! Did you fancy the vintage, my whiskered friend? Oh shit, he dead!
Possess the rat. Talk to the rat.
Oh shit. Can I? No, I can't. He's just unconscious. He's more powerful than I thought. Looks like she tipped the wall candelabra to one side too. The angle of those candles. I get the feeling I've seen something very similar to that quite recently. Oh goodness, look at the time. As I bask in my tale of love, time has been moving at the speed of light. Okay. So even though she's immersed in love, she can still hear this, eh? This won't buy enough time for her daughter to make a phone call. There must be something else I can distract her with. Like this rat.
Look at dictionary.
Oh shit, I killed the rat! Oh heavens, a blackout at a critical time like this? Of course, dim light suits my story of love very much. Well, but I myself am not very fond of the dark. That's literally what she's doing. This chandelier just narrowly missed the back of my head. I love the thrill of romance, but I don't need these kind of thrills, thank you.
Did you just put the match in your glass of wine that you're going to drink from now, right? Well, technically, I don't think we've seen her actually drink from it, if I'm being honest. What a wonderful atmosphere. Perfect for a clandestine meeting in the dusky twilight. I'm genuinely curious.
I think we have seen her drink from it.
I don't exactly know how this situation came about, but I think I really owe the rat an apology. The rat seems to be unconscious, but now that the room has changed into this, maybe
The rat's still alive.
somehow I can make the rat drop down, and I'm kind of worried.
Make it drop down.
Oh boy. What a naughty chandelier. Interesting. Ah, fuck you! Such insolence.
What happened?
She's got the fucking dodging skills of a ninja. Reflexes of a cat.
Maybe she was a spy.
That's twice she managed to dodge like that. Who knew she was such a dodging champion? I'm starting to get annoyed. Let me try that again. I'll get her this time. Alright. I don't know if this is the way to go. Is that insolence? Or is it insolence or insulation? Whatever, I'll look it up tomorrow.
I'm not sure. There's nothing I can really do from this point is the thing. I can make it drop, but she just dodges it.
And you can't get all over to the other stuff there.
Nope. I can make this burn brighter, but I don't think it does anything for me yet.
I still think we need to get to the dock, but we can't get over there.
I wonder if the rat's supposed to be further over or something, because, like, I opened the latch and its tail dropped down, but nothing else.
Close it.
I can't. Just double checking everything. So I've done this. Swing this does nothing.
I think you're supposed to have something attached to that because that's a flow swing to the other light, but I'm not. What happened? Can you turn the lamp off?
No. It won't let me.
Not that one. The one on your desk.
I know. It won't let me. I'm looking up. I don't care. What chapter are we on? We're on 12 now, right?
Yes, we're on 12.
No, we're on 13, sorry. Oh. Okay, yeah. It is the chandelier. You have to drop it when she's exactly in the middle, apparently. The game was not very clear about that. But also, she has a fucking hunch when she walks. How am I supposed to know which part of her is at the center? Okay, there we go. Emily! Emily, help me!
No! Mama! Oh no! My model doesn't have legs! I can't get up! I'm afraid I can't help you right now.
Call your dad!
Here's to the weakness of my darling angel.
This is no time to be toasting!
Chandelier is on there tighter than her wedding band. Oops. My bad. She won't be able to escape on her own. Should I crank her?
Help! 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 What is going on here? Emily, look! You see this? Help me, please!
Sorry, I'm too sick. I can't get out of bed. My head is spinning, so I guess you'll just have to stay up there spinning too.
Looks like this lady won't be going anywhere for a while. Now the little girl can call her father. Only trouble is she can't reach it. I guess I'll have to deliver it to her. Oh, that's right, the angle of those candles. I saw something very similar just recently, didn't I?
Oh, what happens if I... Now what happens if I burn the chandelier brighter? Oh, it's gonna set the rat's tail on fire! This poor rat! Alright, now we swing the clock pendulum.
Poor rats.
Oh, hey! Now I can call Papa!
What in the world is going on here?
Oh, goody. Excuse me a minute while I call Papa, okay, Mama? I'll only be a minute.
Don't you dare, Emily! I won't have it! Get me down!
Hello? Papa?
Emily! Is that you?
Of course it is, silly. What did you think?
What I heard, I said you were... Oh, never mind, it's nothing.
Silly old Papa. Happy birthday, Papa.
Birthday? Oh right, it was my birthday today, wasn't it?
I'm sorry we couldn't celebrate tonight. Thanks to mean old Mama.
Oh, your mean old mama, I mean your mother, what is she up to right now?
She's just hanging around. My stubborn mother is kind of tied up in the moment.
Get me down!
She needs to be taught a lesson for causing us so much trouble.
No, Emily. I'm the one who was wrong.
Huh?
I cheated.
I was the one that was boinking the secretary.
What do you have to be sorry about?
I was just about to make a terrible mistake. But it's all right now.
Okay.
We're still young. There's a lot I can't tell you right now. The job of Justice Minister is very complicated, you see.
Okay.
But just remember, you're always the most important thing to your mother and me.
Okay.
Did you do something naughty to your mother? If you did, I want you to apologize.
I don't think I did anything. But okay, I'll apologize.
That's a good girl.
Okay, Papa. Have a good night. I love you.
I love you too, Emily. When I get you back, I swear we'll get you that name changed so your name isn't spelled fucking stupid. Good night, sweetheart.
Bye, Papa. Alright, Mama, you've been in timeout long enough. Time to let you down. I'm sorry.
My goodness, why the sudden change?
That was in character.
I guess I was wrong about you. I didn't understand.
Oh, Emily.
I thought all you ever did was write those weird novels.
It makes me a little sad that you'd call them weird and not romantic icons.
Papa said the job of Justice Minister was complicated.
Yes, your father's job is very, very complicated and difficult. That's why I couldn't talk to you about most of it. But you're right, I shouldn't treat you like a little girl anymore. You're growing up after all.
Promise to stop calling your novels weird and try actually read them.
Please don't. Maybe you'd better wait until you're a little older for that.
Okay.
So, Emily, if you're feeling a little more charitable toward your old mama, do you think you could let me down now?
You know, I would just love to do that, but I'm just feeling too dizzy and sick right now. I'm just gonna...
Tonight, on this holiest of nights, my deadline, it looks like the only thing pressing on me will be the chandelier. Here is to Papa and Mama's darling angel.
All of a sudden, everybody's getting along again. Such an abrupt change, I can't understand it. Is this what family is all about? In any case, the situation has changed dramatically now. I just hope the mysteries of me can be cleared up as quickly as the furrows on the minister's brow. I don't know where Camilla is, but at least now the Justice Minister's doubts are dispelled. I think I'll go back to his office where everybody is waiting for the prison van.
Was that 10 minutes?
The minister's family now has their smiles and harmony back, but Camilla is still in the hands of the kidnappers. I decided to go back to the Justice Minister's office. Surprisingly, the minister's brow is still as furrowed as ever. Quite unlike a father who has just learned his daughter is safe. He seems to be still in the depths of despair. The atmosphere in this room is very different now. It seems to have an air of unfocused anxiety. I get the feeling something big is going to happen.
I've just found out that my daughter is safe. I'd like to express my gratitude. Thank you. Thank you for my daughter's sake and for mine. No need to thank us, Mr. Minister. It was nothing. Literally. We didn't do anything.
What did he do?
One question. I can't help but notice your daughter is safe. And yet you still look unhappy. How about a little smile for us, baby? That is not what a smile looks like, but of course, there is still the matter of the other kidnapping victim. But is that really the only thing that troubles you, Mr. Minister? Please, let me think in peace until a prison van arrives.
I wonder if Lynn is at the park yet. Until we get her report, I guess I'll just have to wait here. This continued distress of the ministers. Is there really something more to it, like the inspector in white said? Let me see something. Ah, dang.
What are you looking at?
There's some optional stuff we can do, and
apparently getting the chandelier on the second try was something that was worth a trophy. Hello, Justice Minister. How about you finally admit that I do exist?
That thank you I expressed, that was meant for you. You're a ghost, aren't you? And you have the power to control and manipulate people, don't you?
No, I don't have that kind of power. I can't control you.
We've actually known, you know, for quite a while now. But I had no idea they were the powers of the dead, of ghosts.
Known? Known about what?
We know about the existence of somebody who can control others, a manipulator. What's this? That's why your execution order caused me so much anguish, Detective Jowd. Mr. Minister, why don't you just tell us everything you know? Yes, I suppose I should. I need to hear it all. About the huge mistake this foolish man made. There are some cases in this country right now that are under a top-secret investigation. Of course, you wouldn't have known about them, Detective Jowd. Right. They don't share too much top-secret information with the inmates at prison. There are 3 prisoners, including you, in the special prison you just escaped from. All 3 cases have certain points in common. They do they? Tell us more. Rock singer who leaked national secrets in his lyrics during a TV broadcast. The curry-loving fellow who took the police commissioner hostage at the Metro Police Department. Neither of these men had a motive for the crime, and both of their crimes were impossible. The curry lover had no way of knowing how to infiltrate the commissioner's office, and the rock singer had no way of knowing the national secrets he leaked. The Special Investigation Unit submitted an investigative report to me on their own. They concluded that these criminal acts were not of their own volition. But how could that be? The theory the unit came up with was that the existence of a manipulator.
Manipulator, huh?
That's when the special prison was established as a facility to research that theory. Some unknown power has been at work. These past several years, Inspector Cavanella has been studying these cases. He has he? Manipulating somebody into committing a criminal act, according to the inspector. The first case of its kind was a locked-room murder involving our nation's best detective. Nation's best? Oh, you flatter me. Are you trying to say I was manipulated somehow into shooting Alma? I appreciate the theory, but unfortunately, I don't recall being controlled by anybody. It's just not possible to manipulate another's behavior like that.
Powers certainly don't work on living creatures.
That's what I thought when I first heard their theory, too. However, I was seriously mistaken, and it proved to be a big mistake. What?
You mentioned mistake. Could you tell us about it?
No. I suppose everybody here has the right to know. Alright, fine. I'll speak out loud so that Inspector Cavanella can hear this too. There's something I'd like the 2 of you to hear. It's about a mistake I made. Inspector Cavanella, when you first made that report about a manipulator, I'm afraid I didn't believe it at all. Impossible, I thought. Perfectly understandable, Mr. Minister. But I was wrong. That kind of power does exist. And I learned the truth of that firsthand. What's this? A month ago I signed the order to carry out Detective Jowd's execution. However, that act wasn't of my own volition. I was being controlled. What? You never told me about this, Mr. Minister.
Well, that's why it's a confession.
What's going on? This document, what am I doing? No, I mustn't sign it!
Oh no! What's happening to me? Wait, don't deliver that document!
Deliver the document? Of course, sir!
No! That's when it started. That's when all my fear, despair, and suffering began. At the time, it didn't even cross my mind that I had been manipulated, and my memory of the event was only hazy at best.
The memory of being manipulated doesn't clearly remain, eh?
Signing execution orders is part of a justice minister's job. At the time, I just thought my psyche was rebelling against the task. But the next day it dawned on me. I remembered Inspector Cabanel's report on the existence of a manipulator. As a Minister of Justice, I couldn't admit to what had happened to me. I only signed the execution order because I was being controlled. If something like that got out, this nation's judicial system would crumble. Besides, I had no evidence to present that I had actually been controlled. So in the end, I couldn't admit to anybody what had happened. I suppose, but it sounds like a bit like an excuse. You should have at least told us, Mr. Minister. Yes, I know, I should have. I was running away from the problem. And then my wife found out I was worried about something.
If you go around with an expression like that, I guess it's bound to happen.
I explained it to her, and she was dead set against the way I was handling it. If you don't withdraw that order and tell everyone the truth immediately, I'm moving out. And then, with the kidnapping tonight, with it dust under my nose like that, I could no longer deny my mistake. This manipulator comes upon us from somewhere unseen. That's why I've been keeping my distance from everybody.
So that's why you've been telling people to stay back. So there's somebody else besides me with the powers of the dead. I'm fine with that. After all, I already knew about a certain desk plan. What I'm not fine with is the fact that that person can control and manipulate living creatures. That's certainly not something I can do. Apparently different ghosts get different ghost tricks.
But I never imagined that tonight I would find out where this kind of power comes from. Where it comes from? Inspector Cabanela, this manipulator is a ghost, a departed spirit. Uh-huh. As a matter of fact, there's a ghost talking to us right now. What did you say? Zhao, don't tell me you can hear this ghost, too. Why would that be your first assumption? I'd say the only person who can't hear him is you. Spirit, ghost, gods in heaven. Excuse me, Mr. Minister, I suddenly have some urgent business to attend to. I recommend you think long and hard before making your final decision, sir. Inspector!
Yeah?
No, I handle it.
This is Lynn! I'm at the park!
We've been waiting to hear from you. Have you found the evidence?
The situation here is kind of difficult to explain. Sissel, if you're there, come to the park immediately!
Just hands the phone to nothing.
It's for you. Looks like our help is needed, Sissel.
Yeah, I guess so, huh?
Here I go!
Lynn calls and I oblige. I take off towards Temsic Park, a place where clearly something big is taking place. Something clearly big. A manipulator. The
person whose very existence sheds new light on everything. Detective Zhao's crime, the execution orders, and even my own death. Could Lid have been manipulated into shooting me?
Here I go!
Temsik Park, the site of the little lady Camilla's abduction tonight, and the place where an important piece of evidence, the music box, was hidden. How is she doing that? I wonder why our lady detective is looking so dejected. At least she isn't dead. But what did she find?
The gun is gone.
Why would you stand so far away from the phone? I have to get all the way over to you now.
Huh? What's he doing here?
La la la, let me spend a moment's time with you, my love.
It was the chicken guy this entire time.
The world will not end if a food delivery is a little late, la la la.
A little late, it's already ice cold. This thing's spinning pretty fast. I didn't even put much effort into it. There's quite a bit of power and speed for a piece of playground equipment. I can just imagine all the poor kids who got sent flying all over the park.
Oh, there you are, Sissel.
Your detective's expression, I gather. You didn't find what you were looking for?
Right, I can't find the music box anywhere. But I found something else instead, something horrible.
Horrible. What is it?
A leaf!
A bomb!
A body has been discovered!
Looks like a dead body.
I nearly died when I saw it! And I suppose now that we found it, we can't just leave it there, can we?
What? No. Yeah, we can. It's not going anywhere.
Stop the park from being turned into a housing site! Protect the park, the Rock of the Gods! You there!
You're talking to me, aren't you?
I have some leaflets for you! Leaflets I know you'll be very interested in. I urge you to peruse it thoroughly, examine it in detail.
Never mind that right now. Do you remember your name?
My name? My name? What does my name matter? When there are more important things to worry about.
Okay.
Come now and study these tracks with me, my brother. Come and learn about the Rock of the Gods with me. The night is no longer young. As a matter of fact, daybreak is approaching, but we are young.
Look, I don't have time. Look, I don't have time to get involved in your way of life. but I am interested in your way of death. So let's go back to 4 minutes before your death. Oh, we're going back a while. I don't remember what time, hold on. Yeah, it's 1:30. This guy died at 8:30. He's been dead for a while.
There's no saving him.
And so I've made up my mind. I resolve to live here in this park and defend it.
Okay. And what does that have to do with this Rock of the Gods you mentioned?
You still don't appear to understand. It's written quite clearly in the fourth leaflet in great detail.
Excuse me, but I have to go to use the restroom.
Eek! Oh. We're going back here.
I'm coming! Just hold on! I'll be right there!
I've located the target, beauty. A girl of the right age, coming right out of the right apartment building at the right time. Yes, my dear, I'll ever so gently nab her and come right back to your side. Good evening, young lady. Won't you come with me? You know I heard you say that you were gonna kidnap me into that walkie-talkie, right? You were like 5 feet away from me.
I've got candy.
You make a good point, though.
Oh gods, what do I do? What should I do? I have to do something!
Heh. What in the world? What just happened?
Oh, that's Mino!
You know?
Mino the mascot, the symbol of Temsic Park!
Forget about the name of a big creepy lunk of concrete. I'm talking about the way it changed direction. Did you see that?
Yes, yes I did! We witnessed it with our own eyes! The power of the Rock of the Gods! That was the power of the gods! The power of the gods saved that little girl!
And then that very same power very deliberately crushed you instead.
Yes, precisely! That is called the mischief of the gods!
Was it the mischief of the gods, or was it a ghost trick? But nah, it couldn't have been a ghost trick. No ghost trick could change the direction of something that heavy in midair. Wait a minute. What if there was somebody with much greater powers than me? God, he's just a crumpled heap. Look at that, there's another flame besides mine.
Oh, so that is the flame of a god, is it?
Would you shut up?
Hold on! Your spirit is a flame too, isn't it?
Yeah? So?
Pardon me, but are you a god?
Sure. Let's go with that. Why not? At the last minute, that big lump of concrete made a huge swing to one side. That was probably that flame's doing. Who could it be?
I definitely believe it's either a god or someone god-related.
I think I'd better try talking to this person. What the? This person with much greater powers than me. It's... you?
Hey!
Huh?
I've been practicing!
Cecil!
Oh. My... It's...
Missile!
You look well for being dead.
Did you see? Did you see what I did? I did! I tried really hard and I did it! I saved Miss Camilla!
Are we gonna have to go 4 minutes before his death?
You sure did, buddy. You sure did.
Are you telling me I was done in by a puppy dog?
Well, dog backwards is God. Missile, what's going on? How did you get the powers of the dead?
I'm glad you asked! After Miss Camilla went out and you left, I hit my head very hard and then I stopped moving. I worked like crazy to make my own path and I did it! Hooray! And then I followed Miss Camilla out into the big wide world where I met a giant thing with 2 light bulbs for eyes! And then for some reason it got very dark! Oh boy! Oh boy, oh boy, oh boy! And then here at this park I found her at last! Yes, you guessed it, I barked! You bet I did, and I went running after her too!
And I fell into this big hole.
Alright, that's it. He's gotta die.
And then I guess I died! And then I was unconscious for a little while! When I came to, it was all over! Poor Miss Camilla! Crushed under the big scary lump!
What have I done? I'm so sorry, little lady. Please forgive me.
Miss Camilla! I had to rescue Miss Camilla. It was up to me. I cried out from the depths of my heart, and then... I can't tell you how surprised I was, but I bet you understand, right?
Better than probably anybody else could.
And I remember what you did for me, how you saved me.
So, you went back, right? Back to 4 minutes before the little lady's death?
You're back to your sweet cupcakes, I did. Now's my chance, I thought. I saw the core.
I don't know, it looks pretty far.
I stretched out my paw towards the core. Oh, how I felt at that moment. I'd love for you to be able to feel it too. Go ahead, Sissel. Go ahead and try it for yourself.
What? I can't believe it. I don't believe it. How could you connect over such a great distance?
Well, they don't call me Missile for nothing.
And so you manipulated that minnow thing and threw it aside?
Right on top of my head. Well, no, actually.
Huh?
I can't manipulate things like you can, Sissel.
You can't? Then how did you...
I didn't know what to do. Then I happened to see something out of the corner of my eye. And it had a core, too. That leaf! I tried reaching out to the leaf.
What in the world?
I can't manipulate things, but apparently I could swap them! As long as the 2 things have the same shape, that is.
Swap things with the same shape.
Go ahead and try it, press swap!
Is the dog gonna be our new,
I'm really glad that 2/3 of the way through the game they're introducing new aspects of the gameplay. That's fantastic.
So that's how you saved your mistress, is it?
And that's how I became caught up in this, is it? I'm very sorry! My powers were too meager!
Meager.
Because you see, I saw one more! I happened to notice one more core! There's something with the exact same shape stuck in the branches of a tree!
Hey, you're right. Mino could be swapped again with that.
Then disaster wouldn't have to rain down on my head.
What is that thing? It's too big to be a leaf.
Whatever it is, I'd much prefer it on my head than Mino.
So why didn't you swap them, Missile?
I couldn't! I can stretch out my paw a little further than you can, Cecil. But this was just too far for me. I couldn't reach.
You know, as soon as I made this guy's voice, the similar sounding to Missiles, I just really hoped that I'd never have them. I was like, there's no way that the dog and this guy are going to be back to back. Boy, was I wrong!
I kept retrying over and over.
This guy and say, puberty finally hit.
Seeing if there was anything I could do.
I bet there's something you can do now.
Huh?
We work together, you and me.
Cecil, you don't think so?
I don't plan on letting anybody die in front of me tonight. Do you think you could help me?
Of course!
Naturally.
What happened to your voice?
Fuck was that? So we're going to drop that Mino thing in a different spot. Okay, let's try it. Let's go back again. Just 4 minutes before. Alright, let's get started. 4 minutes from now, you'll swap Mino with the leaf. And then you have to swap Mino with something else. Something with the same shape.
Oh, I believe that's a rugby ball.
Okay, rugby ball, okay. But with the rugby ball where it is now, Missile can't reach it. So that means I have to move it closer somehow. Looks like you and I will have to work together on this one, not that one, Missile.
Okay, I'm ready. Whenever you want to use my swap trick, just press R2. That way you'll be able to control me. And then if you press R2...
Control will come back to me.
Okay, let's try it. Together we can stop Mino from hurting anybody.
Alright, Missile. Your powers are the key this time.
Okay, I'm ready. I can swap anything that has the same shape. Just call on me if you want to if you find anything you want to try.
Probably the best thing to do is try a bunch of things and see how it goes. If I see something we can swap, I should use R2. Yeah, you can stretch real far. Drum, dumpster lid, seesaw.
Look at this funny flattened ball! It's the same shape as that horrible Mino, but it's too far to swap from here. Even this ball is starting to look horrible to me.
I have to find a way to get this ball closer to that Mino thing.
Knock it down from the tree, I say.
There must be something we can do.
Okay. Well, wait. I need to get Sissel over here, because he's the one that can actually manipulate things. And, of course, I can't reach. Right. Oh, here you come already.
I
I swore to myself not to repeat my mistakes.
Mistakes?
When somebody's in trouble, you should lend them a hand. Otherwise, you'll definitely regret it. And now the recklessness of youth has taken over, giving me lightning-fast speed. I've been thinking. If we could stop this man from running, maybe he wouldn't get swished. It won't be easy to stop me once the recklessness of youth has taken over.
Stop him, eh? What if
Okay. What do you think of my lightning-fast pace?
I wish you would knock it off. That's what I think. We don't have time to prepare. I think we're gonna have to find a way to stop him from running.
As far as I can see, the only way to do that is to use the playground equipment.
What?
You know, the seesaw, the swing, those things.
Precisely. Except, there is one more piece of equipment to be exact.
Stop him with the equipment, eh? Maybe I should rethink things here. Reach up there. Ah, so close. Nice sizzle out of the way. Okay, if... Let's put missile over here. Yes, I'm aware that it's the same shape. Oh, hold on. No. I've got everything as I script. The only thing is... Oh, hold on. What if I, because I think the baseball might be too small to, fit through those, fit inside the thing. So what if I put the baseball inside here? That didn't really do anything, did it? Oh, also I have a problem. I can't move Sissel farther than this.
And I think pup can't move system.
No.
for the train.
Okay. Yeah. Doesn't matter which type of ball is there. I need Sissel to have something on the seesaw. Buttons now, jeez. Okay, you stay there. The baseball is where it's... You go in the boot for a second. Okay, bad timing. Okay, and now the baseball. Just spin it. Okay, I didn't see this coming.
Don't you know the first thing about the globe climber?
Ah,
Even little children treat it with the respect it deserves. They know that unless you spin it gently, there's no stopping it.
yeah, it does look pretty dangerous.
Looks like I'm just destined to fly through the air like this for a while.
This might just buy us some time.
Maybe I'll just keep spinning around like that for the whole 4 minutes. I'm sorry, but I don't think I would stand for it that long.
Anyway, at least we stopped him from running for a while. Let's do what we can while we have this chance. Okay. I need Pupper out of here. You go just to the ball. I know what a football is. That is not where the boot is, but okay. Just do this, I guess. Not sure what that does for me.
Oh, that was so close! If it hit the ball, it could have knocked it down!
Is that all this umbrella can be used for? For knocking the rugby ball down?
Don't forget about my powers! And don't forget about my recklessness of youth.
Wait, hold on. Let me go back to spin it some more. Okay. I'm just not sure what to swap with Missile because all they have is the balls. Oh wait,
If I can get Sissel up there, hold on.
Boy, the timing on this.
Got him stopped, but I'm not sure what else to do here.
Oh, hold on. I think I have it. Maybe. Get you over there. Where'd it go?
Sissel, did you see that? Did you see the seesaw?
Guess it really sent that little ball flying, didn't it?
Such a pity. It's too bad it didn't hit the rugby ball and knock it down.
Maybe it's a little too light to do that.
Hey, wait a minute. We should try setting up something a little heavier. Okay.
Let me try it then. So let's put that back.
So now we need Sissel to be the seesaw. He comes running in. We let him get on there.
Now, the question is, do we want to try the basketball or the tire?
Here comes that man, fast enough to scare even a quick little doggy like me.
Oh, the rugby ball is still in the tree.
Ah, behold, the recklessness of youth.
Yeah, it's that recklessness of yours that's causing us so much trouble.
No one can stop the recklessness of youth.
Well, if we can't stop it, I guess we're gonna have to find a way to make it work for us.
It comes running too fast. We won't have time to get ready!
Looks like figuring out what to do with his recklessness is the key. Let's sizzle up in the tree now. Up in the tree to open the umbrella. See if this works. I got it. I got something at least. Wow, I so did not see that coming. Never thought the umbrella would catch the ball.
Did you see that? In a little branch. It shook a little. I think I saw it shake too. If only it shook a little more, it would knock that terrible rugby ball down from this terrible tree.
It just needs a little more weight. Okay. So do I go back and try the tire now? I actually don't need you for that yet. You're gonna jump on the seesaw. Oh right, I need missile out of the way. Let's get missile over the tire. Spin this faster. Love letter. Russell and Jimmy's. Over here. Let's get the tire on the swing set real quick. Close the umbrella. Open the umbrella. And now we wait. I know what a football is.
Are you sure? Just to be sure. Let us find out again.
Everybody should be in place now. Let him jump. Oh, it wasn't heavy enough.
Did you see the seesaw?
Oh, wait. I'm stupid. I get the basketball in there first, and then swap it with the tire. No, I'm good. I don't need to rewind anymore. I actually don't think I need just yet. Yes.
There we go. Jump. Pass the ball in there. We weigh it down with the tire. Oh. That's gonna be enough space. Oh no, that's fine. Alright. Knocks it right in there. There, we moved the ball. What do you think, Missile?
With the ball there, I think I can do it!
In just a few seconds, you'll swap Mino with the leaf. And then from there, you can swap Mino one more time. The final moment is near, Missile. Are you ready?
You bet!
Oh dear. This is gonna be some tight timing. Okay. She's gonna push him. Alright, and then swap.
Watch me, Sissel! Here I go!
You can do it, Missile. Swap Mino with that ball. How the fuck do I get the trophy then?
What's the trophy?
Oh, just fail? Okay.
There! How's that? My head has been spared. Truly, that was a try worthy of the gods.
And now Mino is right where he belongs.
We did it again, didn't we? Didn't we? Now nobody has to die!
Except for one brave little somebody.
Huh?
I'm talking about you, Missile.
Oh, me? I guess you're right, I'm still dead, aren't I?
So now let's go back to save your life.
Wait a minute.
What is it?
Now that I think about it, I think I want to stay dead a little longer.
What?
When I was alive, I couldn't even help Miss Camilla when she was in trouble. I want to be able to protect Miss Camilla, and to do that, I need these powers I have now.
I see.
Perfectly understandable. Even I wish I had powers like that.
Hey, we just saved you. Don't wish your life away already.
Oh, of course, you're right.
Okay, Missile, have it your way. By the way, Mr. Reckless Youth, there's a certain detective who needs that music box you found. When we get back to the present time, could you give it to her?
Certainly, you have my word. Let's go back then, to the present!
And now we are a ghost detective with our own ghost dog. That's what the sequel should be.
And so Camilla ended up in the hands of the kidnappers. We weren't able to change that part. Lynn listened to my story without saying anything. I'm sorry. I wish there was something else I could have done. No, you did the best you could. I'm sure she's alright. After all,
she has me!
is there a dog in my head now? Missile, are you in there?
Miss Lynn, leave Miss Camilla to me! I know I don't look like much right now, but I'm sure I can help her!
Missile. Ah!
Oh no! Miss Lynn! Help!
I'm gonna leave it up to Missile. Kinda looks like Missile is being left up to the wind.
Oh! I have something to give you! Ta-da! Stop the park from being turned into a housing site. Protect the park, the Rock of the Gods!
Aren't you forgetting your promise?
Oh, pardon me. I also have this. My apologies.
Oh! I'll just stuff that in my pocket for safekeeping.
Not at all. I was only doing what the Rock of the Gods, or the Dog of the Rocks, would have wanted.
What's the matter? Cat got your tongue? He's mesmerized by my beauty. Hey, the cat's not allowed to get your tongue.
Excuse me, but are you... No, it couldn't be.
Have we met before?
Aren't you that little girl from that time? I'll never forget it. It was 10 years ago in this park.
Have you been a bum for 10 years? Are you talking about...
Well, it sounds like I don't need to be around for this conversation.
Have you met this strange young man before, Lynn? I don't remember, but he said 10 years ago, and this park. It can only be one thing that I can think of. Looks like I'd better talk to Mr. Leaflet here. Is that his name?
Here in this park, the gods surely control fate. Today, 10 years from that day, we meet once again. If it isn't the power of the gods, then what else is it?
It could just be coincidence. But apparently you know our lady detective here. Could you tell us about it? About what happened 10 years ago?
Yes, of course, I was actually about to do that. That day, I just happened to be passing through this park. I had no idea that day would change my destiny. The sun was going down, and through the gloom, I heard the scream of a little girl.
Just calm down and drop that weapon.
Stay back. If you come any closer, I'll shoot her.
I peeked out fearfully from the bushes and saw some shadowy figures. I didn't see the face of the criminal clearly. I knew I should do something to help, but I couldn't move. The tension was so thick, it was painful just when I couldn't stand it any longer. That's when it happened. The sky suddenly turned bluish-white.
A meteor.
When it crashed to the ground, the meteorite gave off a shower of beautiful fragments. And then I saw it, one of those beautiful fragments, pierced into the criminal's back. The judgment of the gods was brought down on the park that day. "10 years ago.
Cool. Dude, how much were you smoking?
So much! The little girl that was you was saved by the Rock of the Gods.
Oh, I can't believe it. So embarrassing.
The Rock of the Gods was given the name Temsik, and still today, he lies sleeping deep in the park's earth.
What's this Rock of the Gods you keep mentioning?
Don't you know? It's right there in front of us. You know, that giant hole over there. That Missile died in. Oh my god, Missile died?! Missile? You say G-O-D-S, but do you mean D-O-G-S? Of course not. Don't be silly. This is no time for ridiculous word games. You are standing just above the Rock of the Gods now. Take a good look at that monument! Monument? The Rock of the Gods. The rock is buried in the ground right there. It's been there these 10 years. Ever since that day, it flew down from the miracles and flew down from the heavens and showed us a miracle. A miracle. So this rock you've been talking about is a meteorite? Precisely! It dropped from the sky on that day 10 years ago. Yes, of course. Surely you know all about it! Me? I never knew about this Temsic. I always thought Detective Jowd was the one who saved me. You were very young then, and you passed out from the shock of being taken hostage. Of course you wouldn't remember. That's funny. A huge incident like that should have caused quite a stir. It's strange you never heard of it, Lynn. It is, isn't it? But now that I think about it, I remember I didn't want to think about what happened. I avoided the news and I never came back to this park again. That's why I didn't know anything about it. The meteorite was named Temsic after the name of this park that it fell in, and then the Rock of the Gods was forgotten. Now an awful thing is happening. They're talking about turning the park into a housing site. I'll never forget the miracle I witnessed that day, and so I've taken up residence in this park, and I'm trying to appeal to the people. Protect the park, the Rock of the Gods, that is my mission! I see. I'm taking you with me, Missile. So 10 years ago, the little girl that was Lynn wasn't aware of the meteorite. I get that. Detective Jowd, on the other hand, there's no way he didn't know about this Temsic thing. And if he knew... And the man died. I took his life. What was that confession of his all about?
I wished upon a star, and then it came down.
Rock of the Gods that fell from the sky 10 years ago. It changed the destinies of many people's lives, like the ripples on a pond when a pebble is dropped in. With every answer I get, I learn about a new mystery. Will I be able to break the chain of mysteries before dawn? Anyway, now that we have the evidence we need, we decided to meet up again at the minister's office. Besides, there are a few things I want to ask Detective Jowd. We found the music box, Detective Jowd! Good job, Lynn. I knew you would. Once everything has been resolved, I had wanted you to give this to him. Him? You mean Inspector Cabanela, right? I don't suppose he'll ever forgive me. Detective Jowd. Now then, let's get this thing open. There's a certain knack to doing it, you know. Ha-ha! See? Calls that a knack. More like brute strength to me. There you are. You should find scorch marks on the crib. Scorch marks? When Camilla built her contraption, she used a special kind of string. It's the kind magicians use. It burns up in an instant and disappears. How would little Camilla use something like that? I don't know. Maybe because she's a detective's daughter. Not leaving any evidence behind and all that. In the case report, there were mention of some scorch marks. When it happened, Camilla was watching from her hiding place. She saw the flame run to the gun, something she naturally didn't include in her design. I took the gun out of the frame and replaced it with a picture. If you remove the picture, you should find scorch marks behind it on the frame too. And those marks should match up with the ones on the gun. In other words, it proves the contraption existed there in that room that day. And it didn't work the way your little girl intended, is that right? Exactly. Some cowardly culprit modified the design. But that angle was never brought up in court. And so, as Justice Minister, I must call off the execution at this point. I knew I was right. It wasn't Detective Jowd. Now we can finally prove that. Thank goodness. Thank you, Lynn. In those eyes of yours, I see the eyes of that little girl from 10 years ago. And I'm here too.
Oh, stepson I ever wanted. What?
What's the matter? I just don't know. What should I have done 5 years ago? Back then, nobody had any way of knowing the true nature of the manipulator. It wasn't anybody's fault that we didn't know the truth. You really think so? Of course! Besides, what's important right now is deciding what to do next. Am I right? Please tell me I'm right. He's right, Minister. Yes, of course. I do believe she is. What is it now? I just don't know. What should I do next? We'll figure it out. We believe in you. Cecil, if you hadn't come to my cell tonight, I would be gone by now, without ever having known any of this. This is what I deserve. That's what I told myself these past 5 years. But things are different now. Thanks to you, my eyes have finally been opened. And I've come into contact with a lot of people's lives, and got involved in their fates. The only reason I was doing it was to regain my own lost memory. But things are different now. We're connected to each other somehow. I just know it. And that's why I need to ask you a few more questions, in order to find out the truth about us. Fair enough. Fire away. Detective Jowd, you must have heard this name before. Temsik. The meteorite that fell in the park 10 years ago. You were there. So you found out about that, did you? I hear that meteorite saved little Lynn's life. That's right. This guy just can't stop himself from admitting to killing people, and yet he has no blood on his hands. He wants to be a cool, rad detective that has killed and will kill again, but every time he's about to, somebody else does it for him, and he's like, I want to take credit for this one. But in that case, I don't get it. If it's true, doesn't it mean you didn't steal somebody's life away? What are you talking about? What are you guys talking about over here? Detective Jowd, you told me that 10 years ago, the person who killed the perpetrator in the park was you. What? But it was the meteorite! I wasn't lying. I stole that man's life away. No question about it. It was entirely my fault. I was just about to shoot him. I would have shot him in the next instant if the meteorite hadn't come. At that point, I was already a murderer. That's not true! Not in the eyes of the law! You were trying to save me! That too. Lynn, I'm sorry, but I don't think that's really it. Huh? Sizzle told me all about it, Detective Jowd. About the manipulator. Yes, it looks like this manipulator really did a number up on the minister, too. I'm here! I'm still here! Please don't pick on the minister. If he dies again, I'm the one who has to save him. Sizzle, do you think that's what happened to me, too? What are you talking about, Lynn? Don't tell me. You were manipulated too?
Holy shit! There's always a part of me that just couldn't believe it. That image of the one who... that image of the one who shot me. Now I see the possibility of a new explanation. But... who is it? And why did they do it?
His ex-girlfriend, Sissel.
That contraption was a birthday surprise for Camilla's mother, wasn't it?
That's right.
Something's been bothering me about it. I feel like I know that device from somewhere. No surprise there. You lost your life once tonight because of that machine. Right? I knew it! See, Detective Jowd?
No, I'm afraid I don't see. I told Detective Jowd about it. I told him about seeing that exact same contraption tonight in a completely different place. Very strange indeed. A junkyard on the edge of town. I've never even heard of the place. And what's more, I've never told a single soul about that contraption.
You haven't? That old pigeon guy. What in the world is he?
On that day 10 years ago, a different incident happened in another place.
Another place?
Yes, in the police headquarters interrogation room. The worst sort of incident. A suspect who was being questioned escaped.
Wow! I didn't know about that.
I happened to be there in the detective division, so I joined the case. Fortunately, or I guess unfortunately, I was able to track him down alone in the park. I fired a warning shot. I wanted to catch him bad. That warning shot made him panic. At the time, I was a young and green detective, brandishing my sense of justice like a sword. I made him panic and got you involved, Flynn. It was all my fault.
Detective Jowd.
All I could see was my target. I couldn't even see you. I'm so sorry, Liv.
We're gonna find out we were the one that sent the meteorite.
It's the man who grabbed me that died that day.
These last 10 years, I've never forgotten his face. And then a few years after that, when my wife, Alma, died in such a mysterious way, I thought it was fate, my punishment for what I'd done. I painted pictures in my cell, nothing but portraits of people's faces. All the faces of the many people I'd met in my life and didn't want to forget. And tonight, I finished my last portrait, the final face I wanted to remember. The final face. The face of the man in the park that day.
Wait, just 1 minute. That can't be. I saw that painting. I saw the face you painted tonight. It was my face. Are you telling me I was the man in the park that time?
You know what, now that you mention it, that face of yours is the face I saw 10 years ago. The face of the man whose life I stole. Of the man who was pronounced dead at the scene.
What? But hold on, Detective Jowd. That can't be true. I just met Sissel for the first time tonight. And he died right in front of me.
By the way, the name that I know the man in the park that day by isn't Sissel.
What?
From the first minute I laid eyes on you tonight, I've been wondering, who in the world is this guy?
Mr. Minister. What is it? Did you figure it out?
We're not...
I have an idea, but I don't want to say it out loud because you know what? My predictions are never correct. Yours are the ones that you just say random shit and ends up being correct. So you really got to stop doing that. But I can say whatever I want because I never ends up being correct anyway. I don't think we are that guy. I think we are somebody else because we are. When we woke up, we were in the body of Sissel, or you know, we were in the body. But if that guy's name isn't, I don't know. I don't know. I get the feeling that person is somebody else. But I don't know.
Mr.
Who
Minister.
died?
Yeah, the guy in the park that we are, our body is. Because remember, who was it? It was Lynn. Lynn thought she was when she woke up. I think the second time we saved her, she took the appearance of somebody else. So
That's right.
So us taking the appearance of the guy that died in the junkyard, it could just be us mistaking him for us. That being said, we started from there, so I don't know why we would have been there in the first place. Also,
We've been following Lynn for all these 10 years.
No. Also, the contradiction of how that man died in the park and then also ended up there, plus the contradiction of Inspector Jowd, who knows that man by a different name and also has been seeing us who look similar to that man, but he's like, I don't recognize you. So there's something going on there as well.
Inspector Cabanela, where are you? Just be quiet and listen. This is our demand.
What? Demand?
Our demand hasn't changed. The execution must be tonight. Once we've confirmed it's been carried out, we'll release the hostage.
What are you talking about, Inspector Cabanela? And you know it wasn't my daughter who was abducted?
Does it really matter who the hostage is? A life is a life. Even if it's the daughter of a death row prisoner. Once the criminal gets the punishment he deserves, the hostage will go free. Carry out the execution immediately and wait for our call.
What is it, Mr. Minister? You look paler than ever.
What in the world? What's going on? Inspector Cabanela!
The rock of the gods that fell from the sky 10 years ago twisted the fates of many people and started a chain of tragic events. And even now, the chain continues to grow ever longer. Inspector Cabanela's call proved that to us. The greatest mystery of all has risen to the surface. Who is this me I've been chasing all night? Who am I? You good?
No.
I'm even further from knowing that when I started.
I don't even know my name.
Who am I? Ah!
Alright, do we want to finish?
Do you think we can?
Hmm?
We've got 4 more chapters to go. I need to go to the bathroom. But let's take a quick break.
Okay.
Where's my phone at? Can you plug that back in? I think we definitely can. We're like zooming through these chapters.
Mm-hmm.
did say it was about to die. Think about what we're gonna play after this. I didn't really expect it to, I did not expect us to get through this so quickly. Great Ace Attorney's kind of ruined that for me. I told you that it is now tied for second longest series on the channel with 119 episodes. The finale of which was 4.5 hours. Can you grab my phone so that she has a place to sit? She'll figure it out. Are you? Is that what's happening?
So we've actually learned quite a bit today. We learned of the existence of a manipulator. We learned that a fucking meteorite fell out of the sky and killed somebody.
And our name is not Sissel.
Yeah, if you want to eat carrots, go ahead and do that while we're on break. As soon as we start again, I'm gonna be like, no.
Crunch.
Yeah, I'll be like, no, and you'll go, you'll go slow. You okay? Talking to the cat. When you started to come down the steps, she looked up, waiting for you. Where's your sniff to carrot? Sniff, sniff, sniff. Yeah. She's like, ew.
Her mouth is even open. Like, what the fuck?
She do not like that.
A little bit sauce.
She is not a fan of carrots.
I think it also got on her nose. She's like, you was wet.
Well, you gotta remember that most animals' brains don't have capacity for conscious thought. So it's really like how you were when you were a toddler. That kind of thought process. That's how I think of it, at least.
There's still basic thought process.
That's what I mean. Like she understands, but she's not conscious of thought, you know. So really, the only thing that she's probably thinking of right now is just comfort, just vague emotions. Nothing fell, baby. It's okay. She heard you crunch and she thought something fell. She grabbed it. And the Pokemon meta is just imploding right now, and I'm watching from the sidelines with a bucket of popcorn because I don't understand it, but I'm still here for the drama, you know.
You don't go about
Wait,
creating it.
what are you
you're gonna
playing,
watch it.
Kristen? What are you playing right now?
Breath of the Wild.
Breath of the Wild or Tears of the
Kingdom
Kingdom?
Hearts.
Okay. It's time for an unboxing video. The unboxing is for your corpse.
Are they Tears of the Kingdom amiibos?
Stop that!
Did I get correct?
Stop guessing things! This is why I don't get Christmas presents. Or rather, why I don't wrap you things. Because you're just gonna guess what it is. It's much easier just to have it hidden somewhere and not tell you about it. That way you can't guess.
Sorry.
Because as soon as you guess what it is, you're gonna get it right.
I'm sorry.
Cassandra cursed with the gift of prophecy over here. What was... Is there a specific, like, subtype of that? Like, you know, you got witches and such that are, like... I don't know. I don't know what I'm trying to say. Anyway, you want your fucking amiibo since you're playing Tears of the Kingdom now. I think ultimately I have an idea for when this game is over. I think I'm gonna ask Scott if he'd be okay if I just played Tears of the Kingdom with you, because that's the only way we're gonna get done.
I think you should be okay with that.
You should be, but I don't know for sure. You know what? You're eating carrots. I'm gonna do it for you. Just tell me when you're ready.
Okay. Link is flying right now and trying to make it to this light thing.
Just let me know when you're on the ground. Ready to use your amiibo. Amiibo! Oh, sorry, I forgot that we're streaming. I should have done that more on ASMR, like closer to the mic so they could hear the unboxing. Get the blanket out of my way. I'll just do it in reverse. Someone out there is getting off to this. It is, in fact, a Zelda amiibo with Zelda herself that is being rubbed against the microphone. The Master Sword looks like somebody took a bite out of it. This one doesn't even have an NFC blocker on the bottom. I can probably just keep it in its box and it'll be fine. Alright. Are you done with carrots? Or are we ready to go? You're not done with carrots?
See how much sauce I have left?
Well, you can come back to it. I'm ready to go back to the game now. Here, let me just take it upstairs for you. Let me just take it upstairs for you. Stop looking at me with those big old eyes. Stop begging. You're gonna need to cat that out.
Astrid's begging too with her big eyes. Alright.
You ready for this knife hose? Yeah, you can just set it up. What is it? What's in the chest? Give me the chest. Open it up. Unboxing stream.
Oh, Paul!
Alright. I know.
The other one.
The other one's Ganondorf, of course, but wait. Oh yeah, I plugged it in.
Wait, which one gives me Epona? That's the Link. Yeah, that was the Link.
I think they changed out the pool of things that they give you, so it is random. It will not guarantee you the main thing that they give you the first time around. But I think that there's I think I got Epona from Zelda in my personal playthrough, this Breath of the Wild Zelda. So it's from a pool. Like they have a shared pool among them. Certain ones will give certain things, but some things can be done from differently though. Oh shit, I didn't mean to progress. Fuck. I didn't read that line. Hopefully it was on screen long enough for everybody watching to read it themselves. Tonight, a man named Sissel met a detective named Lynn at a junkyard on the edge of town, and then was killed by a bullet, which is an object that is fired from a gun at high velocity. Lethal velocity. With the scene I find waiting for me on the other end of the phone line, feels like the final nail in the coffin of my lost memory. Huh? Huh? I see myself.
I'm a clone. We're aliens. Are we clones?
Stop! There you are, Commander Scythe. Sith? It's Sith.
Finally.
Cecil, where have you been, my good man? I've been looking everywhere for you.
Had a little unfinished business to take care of. Didn't think it would take this long. What about your people? They sure went out of their way to mess me up.
I say, I believe we fulfilled every one of your conditions in our little deal. What right do you have to complain about anything outside our bargain?
We can talk about that when we get together.
This will be our last communication by telephone. We'll arrive in 1 hour. I look forward to seeing you, Cecil.
Dawn is approaching. The darkness surrounding my own mystery is deep. But I know it's always darkest before the dawn.
Yes, we're nearing the final stages of our little deal, my good man. Yes, sir. All preparations are complete, sir. And we just had a report, sir. The clouds have been spotted, sir. Have they now? By all means, let me have a look. Yes, we're very close. We will now disconnect from the communication cables and have no service until we arrive, sir. Very well.
That periscope is next to worthless.
They're looking for sea monsters.
Nice try, Inspector Cabanela. But you could never stop me. Evil Sissel. See ya, sucker. Oh my god! Inspector Cabanela! So, that submarine guy and his people have a deal going with me, do they? If that's the case, they probably aren't the ones who killed me. Right? Anyway, there's definitely something behind the inspector's death. I think I'd better talk to him. Well, there's so much stuff in this room now. Shit. That's the opposite of where I want to go. What an oddly hard hat. I'd never be able to wear anything like that. Come to think of it, I don't remember seeing it here earlier. It made a loud clunk on the floor. It must be pretty solid. It won't move. It seems to be stuck on something. Just like how my mind is stuck on thinking about the inspector's death. It's kind of hard to forget with him sitting right there. Body growing cold. Anyway, let's keep exploring in the meantime. Okay, this is a pretty soft hat. I bet even I could wear a hat like this. Come to think of it, I don't remember seeing it here earlier. Hey, I wonder, does that old pigeon guy think of his pigeon as a hat? Okay, so now I'm a hat. Or rather, I have a hat. I don't think that did anything for me. Ah, well, I better stop ignoring the inspector's death so much. I just want to rub it in his face when he comes back.
See, so it's me. Wake up!
Hey, do you think he could wake up for me? Oh boy, still unconscious, eh? I guess he hasn't been dead for very long then. I'll just go ahead and go back to 4 minutes before his death. I'm a little nervous about what I might see there, though. But if that's where I'm gonna find my answers, I can't run away from it.
I mean, you definitely can.
I don't know about that. Oh boy.
Once a criminal gets the punishment he deserves, the hostage will go free. Carry out the execution immediately and wait for our call.
Hey, we were here.
That's a good boy.
Gee, a hostage sure is a handy thing. Gives me complete control over the top police inspector in the country. What's the matter? All those broken bones smart a bit? What's it like to feel pain? Does it make you feel alive?
Why are you doing this?
Now, is that any kind of question for a top inspector to ask? Isn't it obvious? Revenge, of course. Revenge on all the people who stole my life away 10 years ago.
Don't be ridiculous. It was a meteorite that stole your life. Or have you forgotten that?
Wrong! I was murdered by all of you.
Your hand, baby.
Detective Jowd, who chased me down and forced me into a corner, even though I was innocent. Lynn, that girl who was right there where I was running.
Lynn, she was just an innocent little girl playing in the park.
That brat wouldn't have. If that brat hadn't been there, I never would have thought of taking a hostage.
That's the most self-centered garbage I've ever heard.
And finally, you, Inspector Cabanela.
Me?
If you hadn't done what you did, I never would have pointed the gun at that kid. You're so proud of your spotless record. My case was the one blot on it, wasn't it? Only two people know the real truth. Me and Detective Jowd. I bet tonight's execution will be quite a relief to you, won't it? One of the people who know about the stain on your record will disappear for good. That's why you didn't help him escape from prison. That's the kind of guy you are.
I got nothing to say to you. You'd never listen anyway. Ye gods.
Now then, Inspector. Time to make a big red stain on your spotless white coat.
How you do that?
This was another condition of my deal. To wipe out everybody who knew about Temsic. Revenge? That's what I'm up to? None of this makes any sense.
Hey man. Mind telling me what's going on?
Inspector Cabanela, he's awake.
My head is spinning, baby. Am I to understand that Cabanela character who just got shot is me?
That's right.
And you're supposed to be the scoundrel there who just shot me.
Certainly seems that way, yeah.
But you couldn't be, could you?
Huh?
After all, the guy in the red suit just walked out the door, right? So, who are you?
I guess I just have to face it. I'm not that Sissel guy. I'm somebody who's searching for himself. That's why I'm here to save you. At the very least, you have information about that guy in red. Information I need.
So you came on a rescue mission now, did you? Nothing like that. Nothing like the sound of that. Wait. Nothing like the sound of that, baby. Because there's a very important life here somewhere. A life valuable to this nation. Okay, so do your thing, baby. So are you a manipulator too?
I have ghost tricks, powers of the dead, yeah, but I can't control living creatures.
Anywho, I think you'd be able to be very careful. That guy in red is a manipulator. Naturally, he knows about powers like yours. If he realizes you're here, things might get a little sticky.
Right, I better be careful. I'm curious. Looking at him, there's that something that emanated from his body. Is it really the sign of having special powers of the dead? Oh, shit. Okay. What's this in here? Look at this place. What in the world happened here?
I think I'm starting to remember. Something bad happened here, and now there's another death lying hidden here.
What? Another death?
Didn't I tell you from the start? Didn't I say there was a very important life valuable to the nation here?
I thought you were talking about you.
I'm just a crazy character in a white coat, baby.
At least he admitted it. It was a doctor. That is cool.
Hey, come to think of it, where's that old pigeon guy? Excuse me. Are you awake?
My pigeon is down here with me. I never sleep during work hours. Professor, do you recognize me? There's only one crazy character in a quiet court that I know of.
He hasn't lost his memory.
I'm not the type who likes losing things, but never mind that. Cabanela, this is quite a surprising guest you've brought with you. Pretending like he didn't just blow up the place.
Are you talking about me?
Oh, this is a different guy, and I'm his guest, actually. He said he came to rescue us. Unlike you, my sharp friend, he still hasn't gotten his memory back.
Pitiful. Ouch, that hurts. Anyway, now we'll be going back to 4 minutes before your death. In order to change your fate, that is.
But aren't we already in the past, man?
We can go back even further. I've done it before. I still don't see a path to saving Inspector Cabanela. But if we go back further, maybe I'll find a lead.
How many times do I have to tell you, Professor? This place is dangerous. Don't be daft, I can't leave now. He's completely dead, just as I thought. I'm getting a reading. This is the source of his powers. If I remove it... He's not there. He's just not there. The true form of the manipulator isn't something you can detect. It's a spirit. Ridiculous! So you figured it all out, eh?
Here I am. You're a clever man, Inspector Cabanela.
So it's really true. You're...
Wasted a lot of time tonight because of you, Inspector. But it's all just like you said. I died 10 years ago. This body is just a vessel, a shell. I control everything. This shell, people, just like I controlled the Justice Minister and Lynn.
So it's true. You were manipulating my baby that time? You made her shoot your shell. But why? Why would you do a thing like that?
To create conclusive evidence. You know, one that security tape. Now she's a murderer too. She'll suffer just like Zhao did. Now then, Professor. I'm afraid it's time for you to die. I don't have any grudge against you. I'm even grateful to you.
Oh, yeah? So why don't you let me leave then?
I'll be leaving this country forever tonight. Before I do, I need to erase all evidence that these powers of mine exist. Along with the contraption in this room. This time, the thing will work the way it was meant to, and it will all be over. Cupid won't turn this time. He'll shoot his little arrow this way.
Professor, look out! Dynamite, eh? When the devil did he put that there? He planned it all out tonight. Having my baby shoot him, having his corpse disappear.
His corpse disappeared.
That medical examiner, remember him? He was a complete and I called it! He said he was going to take the corpse back to the lab, but he'd already made a deal with the manipulator to meet with him and give him the body back. But I wasn't gonna let that happen, baby. You saw through that plan, eh? I noticed right away the medical examiner didn't know the first thing about examining a body. That's my specialty, examining bodies. I knew he was a fake, so I tracked him down and fought him off.
Fought him off?
I had him smuggle the corpse to this room. I thought we could find the source of his powers. Of course, never in my wildest dreams did I think his abilities were powers of the dead. Anyway, there isn't much time. He's leaving the country before dawn.
I'm gonna follow him, of course, after I save you two. Something's been nagging at the back of my mind. I remember what Ray said to me tonight. He said that spirits cease to exist when the day breaks. If that's true, how could a spirit from 10 years ago still be here?
No time for thinking now, baby. Action is the name of the game. Work your magic and take us back, even further into the past. Alright, man. Jump in there and stop that explosion, would you?
Easy enough for you to say.
Foolish of you to say, too. If you stop the explosion, he'll just do me in some other way. Fair enough, then jump in there and take care of that man in red, would you?
I repeat, easy enough for you to say.
And most likely impossible to boot. That huge explosion didn't even make him bat an eye. What do you propose then, Prof? Pray tell. The best bet is to save me during the explosion without him noticing.
Easy enough for you to say. Sheesh, what's with all these people?
Anywho, jump in there and do something.
What in the world is this thing?
This device has that meteorite data entered into it. If it detects Temsic radiation, it responds. Not that, kid? Isn't it a lovely thing?
Sometimes it's important not to think about things too much.
door. Such a pity. Too bad it doesn't open downward. Sometimes life can be so hard, wouldn't you agree, Professor?
Yeah, that's why we're both dead.
Door that opens downward, eh?
As you perhaps have already noticed, time is running out, baby.
Yeah, no perhaps about it, I know. But you know, there aren't a whole lot of things I can use my ghost tricks on here.
Looks like it's all over.
Since I find another path, I'm sort of at a deadlock here.
Sissel,
Hey, I know that voice.
help me.
Where are you?
Find me before I'm carried away. What's with the frail-sounding call for help?
He's here somewhere.
A friend of yours?
Have a little guy that looks a little fragile but has strength that'd surprise you.
Well, he's asking you to find him. And before he's carried away, no less.
I'm almost out of time. Should I look for him? I don't really...
Looks like something underneath.
Sizzle! Here I
Oh, hey, it's...
am! Missile!
What are you doing there?
Do you really have to ask? Seriously, are you really going there?
No, that's okay. Never mind. Anyway, I need your powers. Will you help me out?
Of course! Here, let me come join you! I'm now a tire! Here I am, Sissel!
Now maybe things will flow in a new direction.
Even though the flow of the sewer is a little bit stinky! Okay, let's stop that explosion!
No, we can't do that.
Okay, let's take care of the man in the red then!
No, we can't do that either.
We can't do this! We can't do that! What can we do?
We let the explosion happen. Then we rescue the old pigeon guy without the man in red noticing. And your powers are the key to all of it, Missile.
Oh, I don't know about that, but I'll do my best!
Talking about a matter of seconds, we can't miss our chance.
Okay. Oh, jeez.
What can I do here? Oh, wait. No, that doesn't quite work. Squeaky guys are making a fuss about something.
Sissel! My ill instincts are starting to surface!
Do you mean you want to chase them? I think you have to be alive to do that. There must be some kind of rat feast in that trash can.
Those things usually make a bigger commotion than that.
Bit of commotion, eh? Well, I could swap these.
Ta-da! Now that's what I call some proper commotion. Making that trash can dance. Truth be told, I feel a little bit like dancing now myself. It's getting harder and harder to hold my wild instincts back.
Dangerous bunch.
Wait. What does it... Oh, there we go. Wait. How do I... How do I get you over there to swap them? Uh-huh. Oh, right. You can move farther. Stop that. There we go. Okay. Now I just need to wait for the explosion to go off. Or do I do it just right now? Oh, wait. It's not the same shape. Fuck! That's not gonna work.
It's not?
I feel like it should be. It won't let me. Well, shit. Oh, there we go.
Oh yeah, we needed to wait for this to work.
Look out! I don't know how the inspector and the pigeon were alright, though. It was just the professor that died from that. Sorry, little pigeon. As for you, Inspector, I have a little job for you. I can't move. I think I have 4 or 5 broken bones. I don't mind. It won't prevent me from manipulating you. Might make it hurt a little bit when I move you, though. Quite a bit, actually. Damn you.
Pigeon! Mister. Kisses.
I can't believe it. You lot actually pulled it off. Sorry, Inspector Cabanella. I couldn't do anything to help you. And there I am, a poor broken heap of arms and legs. But no matter, I enjoyed the show. Magic disappearing act, that is. Nothing like it, baby. Yes, except, unlike a normal magic trick, I'm the one that managed to vanish without a trace here. Okay, fate averted. Now I need to get Cabanella back. What's the matter? You look like you'd rather be dead, not that you aren't. I was just remembering the fact that right about now, the real me is giving the poor Justice Minister a real fright. Oh, that phone call? Yeah, he was pretty upset.
Excuse me, mister! You really shouldn't be mean like that!
What's this lively little creature? Oh, this little doggy is the warrior that who keeps Camilla safe. Or he would be if he was actually still full of life. Camilla. Gods in heaven, what a terrible thing. How a little girl taken hostage. It's a cruel twist of fate indeed.
Wait, just a minute! Miss Camilla is a hostage!
Yes, sorry, little warrior.
Miss Camilla, a hoagie? What's a hostage?
Anyway, Inspector Cabanella, it's time to save your life now. But you couldn't get very far when you tried before, am I right?
But this time it's different, right, Cecil?
That's
That's right. Us working together, it's a whole different situation. We'll save the Inspector in white, and then we'll go rescue Camilla, okay?
Okay, let's hurry up and get through to this.
Gee, kids, you're making me feel like an afterthought.
Alright, let's get started. Inspector Cabanela is upstairs, so our first step is to get up there.
Cecil, I'll go first and wait for you.
Okay, Lovey Dove, I need your help. Carry this measuring device upstairs. It was Mr. Ghost in it. It has Mr. Ghost in it, so don't drop it.
I mean, as we've seen before, it doesn't have to be working for me to be inhabited. Got grit, little pigeon. I better get up there before the little pigeon's strength gives out. Missile is waiting for me. I better hurry.
There you are, Cecil.
Sorry for the wait, Missile. 4 minutes from now, the Inspector will be killed by a gun.
You just jump in there and stop him from firing, would you?
There you go again with that stuff.
Besides, it doesn't make any sense. If you stop him from firing, he'll just kill you some other way.
Wait a minute, that sounds familiar.
Yep, same situation as mine. Your best bet this time around is to allow him to shoot, then save Cabanela without him noticing.
That's even worse than last time.
Anywho, jump in there and do something!
Okay, I'm ready to jump in, Cecil. Don't forget, whenever you want to use my powers, just tap R2.
Okay, so I think I have to... I don't know, honestly.
I can't reach anything with Sissel is the problem. So I need to do something with Missile before I can even get him up there. Or wait, no, I need to wait for the kettle. What's going on? I've never seen the ghost world like this.
So you're here, aren't you?
He sensed my presence. I noticed you. You think you can stop me, do you? I don't know why you're wearing my face, but you might as well give up now. I control everything.
Damn it!
Everything, including the life of this police inspector in white. Why don't I just swivel it back around? Don't shoot! Shit.
Especially when somebody gets shot because of it.
Guess the only thing I can do is aim for that break when he looks away. I just have to be sure I don't miss my chance. Oh boy. Okay.
Okay, so I have to wait for him to knock the pedal down. Now Sissel can get up there.
Oh, did you see that? That bad system turned around!
Do you have to call him that? But yeah, maybe this is our chance to try some ghost tricks.
This is the only time he takes his eyes off of me, too.
You have something to do. Do it now.
Maybe the first steps towards saving the inspector. Swivel.
I did that. Don't worry about it. Just gotta do this all over again. Okay, so he just always knows this is that. No, he didn't do it that time.
That tonight's execution will be quite a relief to you, won't it? One of the people who know about the stain on your record will just...
Oh, jeez. Okay, now you got it's knocked down. Back.
Max, I'm a little scared right now. Why did he die?
Because he's already dead. He died 10 years ago. I knew full well he would die if I shot him. Might as well go to the trouble of shooting him at all.
Time's almost up. That's enough chit-chat.
Now the situation has changed slightly. These last split seconds are our chance.
I don't know how this is going to help us, but I can move the hat over. Wait, what? Good news, hey? Walking according to our coat? Can't anybody here just call me Cabanella? Say what? It wants me to swap something with the bullet?
That's interesting. What if I... shoot him. Collapses, blah blah blah. I will take that. Now that's the same shape as the book. It's a really weird way to think about this, but... No, fuck, go back. Okay, swap those. No, I don't even fucking know. I can't, there's just no way. There's too many things in the way. If I... What? They're the same shape now!
The what?
The hat and the other hat. Bullet? Wait, what's this? Would you look at that? Right on the hook!
I love knit hats. So warm and most of all soft. Wait, now that I'm looking at it, that hat is the same shape as the hell that you just knocked out.
Thought so. Okay. That doesn't help me though. Because they won't swap. Well, wait. Oh, hold on. Let's get Sissel. Maybe he can knock it down further. That does nothing for me though. Oh, wait. There's a bullet. It's shaped like a bullet now.
What do you mean?
Oh,
again?
fuck! Damn it. I need Sissel to not be the knit hat. going to point out the fact that they're the same shape. But that doesn't do anything. I can get... He gets shot. Look at all this shit in the way.
You need to knock that. You need to go to Sissel and knock that down.
So much shit in the way. Okay. They are not the same shape anymore. I'll just wait here as Sissel. See if that counts. I have no idea then. I don't get it. It wants me to... It feels like it wants me to swap the two hats with each other. And then also something with the bullet, which... there's no way. I don't fucking know. far away. Yeah, I just go right to it, and it doesn't count. It doesn't give me the option to swap it. That's the thing. Yeah. So I don't think that's it. Then. I can knock down the hat.
What's the hat the same shape as?
Right now, nothing. It's not like I'd be able to reach anything if it was. I'm just gonna have to look this one up because there's nothing that is feasible. It's probably gonna be something stupid like get the fucking kettle open when he's got his back turned, so he'll kick it out of the way. That gives you a chance to swap the fucking hats around. Something really stupid. What chapter are we on? 15?
15.
You're never gonna believe what I'm supposed to do.
What are you supposed to do?
Wait, where did I go? Where is it? Yeah, watch this shit. I know. Okay, so. Knocks the kettle to the floor. I get in the kettle, get to the lamp. He turns around. I swivel the desk lamp. I don't know what I promised. Knock this to the floor. So knock this to the floor. Preparation. You over here. Alright. Bad Sissel gets shot. And he comes right back up. I need to move the stepladder, knock down the hat, move the stepladder back, as missiles, swap,
book. Swap the book in the hat. Alright, ready?
Would you look at that? The bullet is hanging in midair between the gun and the inspector's forehead.
There's our chance! I'm in the bullet right now! Let's swap this little thing with something else!
What?
It's our only hope. There's gotta be something here with the same shape and direction as the bullet. This is so fucking stupid! The knit hat! But only when it's on the hook! Which does not look like a hat! It doesn't look like a bullet! When it fell down on the ground and it looked very much like a bullet! There's also so much shit on screen! God damn it, it's so fucking stupid! Like, literally, I had it right the first time?
Mm-hmm. Just, you had
But-
it on the ground.
The game does not give you any indication that you can swap it with the bullet the first time around. Plus, why does knocking the knit hat down stop it from being swapped with the bullet now? Whatever. Fuck it. Yep, no, I totally killed that guy. I totally didn't see what fired from my gun.
I don't think he noticed. Looks like he pulled off another magic disappearing act. Now I say again, I love knit hats. So warm, and most of all, soft.
Did I do alright?
You did a fine job, little one. You saved another life.
And I'll keep doing it too! Over and over!
What I saw in just those 4 minutes gave me all the answers I've been looking for. All our research these past 10 years pales in comparison, right, Professor?
You two are working together.
That's about the size of it, yeah. Who would believe a story about a manipulator? So we pursued it ourselves, just the 2 of us. I'm quite a crazy character myself, after all.
Okay, let's hurry back! Back to our time! We have to rescue Miss Camilla!
Right, Missile. And there's a certain guy I have to follow too.
You saved him.
After completing his revenge on Inspector Cabanela, the Ran and Red left. And now a new story is about to unfold in a new present.
How are you feeling, you old crazy character?
Like I just got shot with a knit hat.
Hey there, Professor. We're both alive, I see. Yeah, nothing like it, baby. But I don't know if I'm getting old or what. I've got a few aches and pains here and there. Used to be a little thing, like an explosion wouldn't bother me. Yeah, Bryce, like I'm going to believe that. So what, the guy in red is gone, eh? Just in case, I posted special investigation units all around the building. Let's just pray the boys came through for us.
He still has your gun, you know.
Damn it, you picked a bad time not to listen to the body of mine.
Gotta do everything my fucking self, I guess. Looks like both of their deaths were erased. Unfortunately, in the case of the Inspector and Dwight, I can't call it a complete success. But in any case, these two have the information I need to start tracking the manipulator. I better talk to them.
I knew things were going to end up like this. I would have tried to die in that explosion, baby. That way I could have been dancing after Big Red by now.
I might be able to erase deaths, but it's true I can't do much about injuries.
really, you shouldn't talk that way.
Yeah, sorry. I suppose you're right. I just hate feeling so helpless. He was right there within my grasp. All our plans were resting on tonight, and then this had to happen.
I guess he's thinking about his spotless record. It's not too late, Inspector. We still have a chance. Maybe I can catch up.
Say, you're right. That's not a bad idea. I'll cooperate with you fully. Go ahead and fire away with any questions you like, Mr. Ghost.
Boy. This spotless record of yours, is it really that important to you?
Of course, baby. In some ways, it's more important to me than my life.
Your life, eh?
After all, it's because of my record that I'm able to get my hands on all intel as head of the Special Investigation Unit. And because of my position, I get to direct all aspects of the investigation into the Manipulator case.
Manipulator case? That's why you cared about your record so much.
Of course. Why else, baby? I just never could believe it, man. Child, shooting Alma. I didn't care that he confessed. There was definitely something more to the story. Some secret. I did everything I could to climb the ladder. Everything in my power. Then I finally found the answer. It took 5 long years, though. The Manipulator. He's going to prove that Child is innocent.
Incredible determination.
We first found out about the Manipulator's existence during a certain overseas communication.
Overseas communication.
For national security purposes, this country keeps tabs on the communications networks. This particular communication was about making a deal with a certain foreign country. He said he wanted them to buy him and his powers. That's how we first heard about him. Of course, we didn't know what he looked like at the time. In order to prove these powers of his, he gave them 2 predictions. He foresaw 2 completely preposterous, impossible cases. The case of a man who would sing national secrets during a live rock concert broadcast, and the case of a man who would take the chief commissioner hostage in his own office.
Those 2 inmates at the special prison, eh?
We kept tabs on their communications and launched an investigation. And then finally, we pinpointed where they were going to meet tonight and staked it out.
That restaurant, Chicken Kitchen.
The Manipulator plans on leaving this country tonight on a submarine that belongs to the other country in this deal.
Submarine.
We haven't been able to find out where it's going to surface. It's terrifying to think what would happen if his powers were to fall into their hands. Right. Highly unlucky they'd use them for peaceful purposes. And now they have that little girl as a hostage.
Mila.
We have to stop him before he leaves the country.
The guy mentioned revenge. Revenge against the people who stole his life away 10 years ago.
He's a fool. He's the one who made the decision to take that little girl hostage, and he wound up dead. He only has himself to blame.
What about when he said this? I was murdered by all of you. Detective Jowd, who forced me into the corner, Lynn, the girl who was playing in the park, and finally you, Inspector Cabanela. If you hadn't done what you did, I never would have pointed a gun at that kid.
Yes, 10 years ago on that day, the Special Investigation Unit was working on a certain big case. We hauled in a young man, an important witness to our investigation. And then I did it. I made 2 very stupid mistakes.
Detective, I'm telling you, I don't know anything about it.
Fine, fine. You're under no obligation to talk, of course. But if you don't, the Special Investigation Unit can make the rest of your life a living hell.
But
I'd just been assigned to the Special Investigation Unit, you see. They didn't share much info on big cases with a newbie like me yet, and I wanted to impress them. It was only supposed to be a simple matter of taking a statement, but I was too green. I pushed him too hard. I drove him into a corner and made him lose all hope. That was my first mistake. And then I made another mistake on top of that. I left the keys in the door.
Camarilla, got a minute? The chief wants to see you about your report.
Got it. I'll be right there. You stay right here and be a good boy now. And that's when I did it. I left it behind in the interrogation room. My gun.
How could you... What?
He used my gun to escape. What he said is true. If I hadn't made that mistake, he never would have had a gun to point at Lynn in the first place.
There's one thing I just don't understand. If you were so determined to help Detective Jowd, why didn't you help him escape from prison?
That's an easy one, baby. Escaping from prison is a crime. I wasn't about to help him commit a crime after spending 5 years trying to prove him innocent. And he himself asked to be executed, you know. As a man of the law, I had to make sure that execution was stopped legally. That's why I brought him before the Justice Minister, too. I needed to buy as much time as I possibly could, baby.
So that's it, eh? There's one little unfortunate result of all this. Lynn completely misunderstood your intentions.
Ha! What's a little important things to do with our time tonight?
Mr. Superintendent, do you mind if I talk to you for a minute?
And I haven't always been a junkyard superintendent, you know. I used to be part of the police.
Police, huh?
Not as a detective, but as a medical examiner. I investigated victims' cause of death. 10 years ago, I was asked to autopsy a strange corpse. Hit by a meteorite fragment and died instantly. That's what the report said. There were no signs of life. He was definitely dead, but I never filed an autopsy report. That's because the corpse suddenly vanished, leaving behind only one clue.
Usual corpse. I bet that's what I've been chasing all night. Could you tell me more?
Yeah, sure. I have an interest in you recovering your memory and finding your true identity, too. That's the only way I can describe it, too. It was an unusual corpse. He was dead, all right, no question about that. But there wasn't a scratch on him.
Not a scratch, but I thought he was hit by a meteorite fragment.
I don't understand it any more than you do. I was completely bewildered, but when I tried to autopsy him, I was even more puzzled. I couldn't perform the autopsy.
You couldn't? What do you mean?
The scalpel went in, but it couldn't cut. As soon as I tried to make an incision, it would heal up in the very next instant. That's how it went, and no scarring or blood either. I never had the chance to solve the mystery.
That's because the corpse up and vanished on us.
The morgue is well guarded. Nobody could have stolen that body. There is one way the corpse could have disappeared.
What's that?
Well, if it had gotten up on its own and walked away.
I'm out of here.
Ah, see ya.
It got up, opened the door, and walked out on its own. What? He was dead, but he wasn't dead.
We saw it with our own eyes tonight. Not even that explosion could kill him.
He didn't even feel it when he slammed his fist on that stove. What's this clue?
The corpse left behind some data from some testing I did. I got some readings for some kind of radiation coming off that body.
Radiation.
I used all kinds of instruments, but I couldn't determine exactly what kind of radiation it was. Some undiscovered type from a world unknown.
Wait a minute, could it be?
That's right, it was coming from that meteorite fragment. I went to that park and tested the spot where the meteorite fell. And just as I expected, I detected radiation coming from that crater. It was the exact same pattern of radiation as that of the corpse. At the time, I thought he was some kind of immortal being. He would die only to come back to life. I wanted to research it all in depth, so I quit my job as a police medical examiner. Several years later, I came to learn the connection between my research and the manipulator case, thanks to the arrival of this crazy character here. Oh, stop now, Professor. Don't you want to see me blush? Oh, shit. Hold on. I wasn't done talking to you. It was about a year ago, I'd say. This man in white came dancing into my research lab here. Groovy. I heard there's an oddball here who's researching Temsic. Is that you, baby? Who are you to be calling anybody an oddball? Oh, is it? I was investigating the manipulator case then, and then I heard there was a man who'd quit the police force to study the meteorite. When I heard that, it was like a meteorite had struck me on the head. At the time, we were just starting to get leads on this manipulator. We didn't know who he was yet, but we knew he was communicating with a certain foreign country. In one of those communications, we heard the manipulator say this: "The source of my power is not of this world." And that's when I put two and two together, baby. The manipulator case and Temsic was somehow connected. Which also explained how 5 years ago he used his powers to manipulate a birthday surprise a little girl made for her mother. He added that gun to the contraption most likely by controlling Camilla.
It's that contraption in the basement here. You built that to try and help Detective Jowd?
That's right. Jowd and I worked together back when I was with the Fourth. I used the reports of his case to try and recreate the device, but there was just one part of it that I couldn't reproduce no matter how hard I tried.
Well, I told Jowd it did something it shouldn't have, made an impossible move.
I added that part to the device I recreated. I put in a part that would allow Cupid to rotate, otherwise the gun wouldn't fire.
So that must mean somebody manipulated Camilla's contraption.
As a result, we proved to ourselves that this manipulator actually existed.
Inspector Cabanela!
Hey, baby. Sorry about that phone call. I must have sounded like a real villain. I hated to spoil your image of me. Of that cool cat, Inspector, you always looked up to.
Oh, Inspector, I never looked up to you.
Good. Wait.
I
Is that
thought
really
you were a
the, is
douche.
that really the image she had of him?
Inspector Cabanela, I'm sorry. I just heard. You were chasing after that man all this time to try and help Detective Jowd.
This manipulator is such a dangerous character. I was hoping you didn't have to be involved.
So that's why you had me arrested tonight, isn't it?
Like I always say, if somebody's in the way, throw them in the slammer. Yikes. Tonight, I really thought we finally had him. But my body gave out on me right at the critical moment. It's like a cruel joke. Ha 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 ha! But a joke is a joke. You might as well laugh. Joe, what are you doing here?
The minister called off the execution order. And while he was at it, he let Detective Jowd go free until tomorrow morning, too.
That's a pretty extreme while he was at it. Sorry I took so long to get here. You can leave the rest to me. There you go again. You've always been like that. You make everybody else run around, and then you swoop in at the last second. "5 years ago, you left this coat with me just before you turned yourself in. I promised to give it back to you one day."
I've been waiting so long, Detective Jowd. Waiting for this day to come.
Thanks for not giving up on me, Lynn. Okay, I'm off then. Good luck, my old friend. This present you gave me, it's just what I needed. Thank you. I'm glad you like it.
Sizzle, are you there? Yeah, I'm here. You and I have to go find that man. I need your help. Will you do this with me? Sure, but how? We don't know where the submarine is, and the phone line doesn't work. They use communication cables to make their calls. We'll get you hooked up somehow. You'll see. Could you wait here until we do, please?
Okay, fine. I'm counting on you.
This true self you're looking for. I bet you'll find it soon. Alright, I'm leaving, Inspector Cabanela.
I'll just be here with my broken bones.
It's almost dawn. I'm not who I thought I was. I'm actually further from knowing who I am than ever, but now I don't feel so alone. Each one of us, for his or her own reasons, is looking for the truth. Together I think we can shed light on these mysteries and drive away the darkness. But it's almost dawn.
Whew. I'm gonna be honest. I think I'm done.
You done?
Yeah, because it's 10 o'clock, and
Oh, it is?
yeah, that one chapter took a while.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, I think next time's gonna be the finale for sure. We got 16, 17, 18. We can do 3 chapters in like 3 hours. Or however long. I don't know. It is a shoot Akumi game, so it might be like 5 hours total, but 3 of those are for the last chapter alone. So yeah, we'll finish up next time. Oh, what should we make our backgrounds?
Probably. Oh boy. Ah! Keeps attacking me. You woke her up. You said she was dead asleep, and then you woke her up.
She actually opened her eyes when you moved. So she may not have been dead asleep, but she may just been warning me. You ignore me when I poke your butt. What are we gonna do tomorrow when we gotta go to work? Both of us gotta go to work. I'm not going to get a cuddle you. Okay. When's your
Oh. I feel like I've been at this job for a while now. You should know that I don't get to know when my